The heat of burning flames, the pleasant sound of a hammer striking metal, and the scent of smelting materials. His father, mother, and he all loved this place very much. The kingdom was Dent Corn, and its capital was Harvester. The city was inhabited by various beings, and on its outskirts stood a house. The boy came to his father to tell him that he had received a request from the Blacksmith's Guild. They asked for 5 steel one-handed swords. But he saw the mess in the room and asked his father to clean up a little. The boy's name was Noah, and his father reminded him that he should decline requests from the guild. He then asked how Noah planned to forge those dull blades in such a condition. His father wasn't working at all, and 2 months ago, during a job for Uncle Jera, he ended up drinking himself into a stupor. In the end, he just fell asleep on the floor, mumbling something to himself. Noah approached him because the floor was cold. His father had once been such a brilliant blacksmith that people called him the Godsmith. But that was 8 years ago, before Noah's mother died. When it came to blacksmithing skills, he was truly talented, but he knew nothing else beyond forging. After his mother's death, when it came time to negotiate with the guild and distributors for ore and materials, he couldn't tell good from bad and often bought poor quality materials at high prices. Moreover, all the ore and weapons they had in storage were tricked out of him and bought for cheap. Losing all hope, he started drinking heavily. When Noah turned 8, he began covering the costs of food and alcohol himself by working as a house assistant. Things could have been different if he had become a blacksmith like his father, but his father explained things so poorly that he couldn't even begin to teach him. Now, Noah is in the forest. He picks up a material from the ground, thinking it looks good. His drunken father had ordered him to collect ore and materials, which was quite harsh for a kid like him. Suddenly, a growl echoed in the distance. Noah turned toward the sound. In front of him stood a huge, horned creature. To the north of the capital lies the Endless Wasteland. Nearby was also the Dragon Ridge, and next to that was the Beast Forest, along with other places. Out of fear, Noah dropped the material he had just picked up. These were dangerous places inhabited by monsters. That's why you could often find leftover materials and ore here, ones discarded by people trying to escape. Thanks to this, he learned to run fast, even though his combat and magic skills were 0. But he became better and better at gathering materials and ores, thinking he could live like this for many more years. And now, the blacksmith's apprentice had turned 14. After a while, his father began to slowly wake up. From the forge, he heard the sounds of someone working. He saw that Noah was forging a sickle. Noah said he was making it at the request of their neighbor, Aunt Terret, and asked if he had just now realized that someone had to harvest the rice he ate. His father's reaction wasn't very lively. Then Noah asked if he could occasionally watch what he was doing and correct him. His father decided to ask what kind of materials he was using. For the sickle, Noah was using adamantite on magma stone, along with fire dragon scales and griffin wings. Suddenly, his father stopped him. Noah asked if he had done something wrong. He thought that if the sickle was based on magma stone, it would burn through grass with ease. His father was in shock that he was using such high-grade materials like magma stone, adamantite, and fire dragon scales for an ordinary sickle. Grabbing him by the shoulder, he asked where he had gotten such materials. Noah replied that he got them like always, from small fire dragons at the Dragon Ridge. Hearing this, his father stepped back. He rushed off into his room and headed for his desk. Then he reached for a nut that was lying on the desk. It was an emergency magic nut that summoned members of Noah's mother's former party. Squeezing the nut, he began summoning the holy knight Omora, the hero Gerald, the heavy swordsman Messi, the great sage Lulu, and the master thief Lala, asking them to appear before him. In an instant, a mist formed, and from it appeared Noah's mother's old party. A horned man asked Nomad what had happened. It was Jer. Noah greeted him after a long time apart. 2 older women greeted him as well, and commented on how much he had grown. They were Lulu and Lala, and they hadn't changed at all. The quiet man was Matt, who behaved as usual, silently. Nomad apologized to Lulu for the sudden call, but asked her to check Noah's level using her magical glasses and to look at his status. They asked him what had happened. He explained that Noah was using adamantite on magma stone, plus fire dragon scales, just to forge a sickle for a neighbor, and apparently he was gathering all the materials himself. So Lulu took out her glasses and began scanning Noah. She burst out laughing when she saw his level. She announced that he had already reached level 596. Everyone was shocked by this news and thought Lulu had gone crazy. They asked if the glasses were working properly and whether Noah might just be messing around with Nomad's materials. But then again, he wouldn't have used the emergency nut for that. Noah didn't understand why everyone was panicking so much. He assumed that because he had spent the last few years just gathering ore and materials, his level was probably extremely low for his age. He tugged on his father's sleeve and asked if things were really that bad. Nomad pointed to Gerald, saying that he had once been a great hero, and his current level was 249. But since parting ways with them, he hadn't improved, and no matter how busy he was, Lulu told him not to skip training. After all, the others had gained 20 more levels, and he still hadn't even become the High Dog, who was called the Hero King. Noah was surprised to hear that Uncle Jer had been a king. He was Gerald too, the 107th king of the Kingdom of Dent Corn. And yet even Gerald was only level 249. Nomad himself was just over level 80, despite not being a warrior. If Noah were an adventurer now, he'd be around level 10, and if a veteran, maybe level 60. But his level was 596. Noah looked at his father and asked why that happened, but of course, how could he know? Suddenly Matt spoke up and told Nomad to calm down. Then he asked Noah if he had any idea why his level was so high. Noah said all he had been doing these past years was gathering materials and ores for Nomad's blacksmith work, but he never bought them since they didn't have any money. Hearing this, Lala turned to Nomad with a judging look. She said she was pretty sure she had sent him materials in advance and asked why Noah was the one gathering ore. Noah said it was fine. He did receive the money, but he immediately spent it paying off alcohol bills and buying drinks for everyone he drank with. Then Lala scolded him, since clearly Noah had a hard time gathering all of it. But Noah said it was okay. Despite his father's behavior, he still loved him. And no matter how you looked at it, Noah really resembled his mother. Then Lala decided to ask him something. She asked if the monster sitting on his neck was really what she thought it was. Gerald suddenly stood up and declared that bringing demons into the royal capital was forbidden under Article 147 of the kingdom's law, unless the person had a tamer's license. And it was obvious that Noah didn't have such a license, which meant the monster was illegal and had to be killed, he said, drawing his sword. Nomad immediately tensed, as Gerald looked like he was ready to slice off both Noah's head and the monster's. Gerald promised that he wouldn't hit Noah's neck. Then he suddenly slashed toward Noah, but Noah managed to dodge the sudden thrust. Gerald was very surprised by this. A moment later, he was slammed into the ground. And even though Gerald had a strong nervous system, he still lost consciousness. Then Lulu turned to Noah and asked if he had any spare skill points. Noah said he had spent everything on blacksmithing the day before, so he didn't think he had any left. But after checking, he found he still had a few points. If he had enough, he could apply for a tamer's license while Gerald was unconscious. It was surprising how easy it actually was to get one. If he could prove at the Adventurers Guild that he had the tamer skill, which could be verified right away using a magical device, he'd be able to register as an adventurer. If he joined the Adventure Guild, he could become a blacksmith in that guild. Nomad is also involved, but Noah is the fastest to get rid of this animal. Then he said that he is not so bad and he has feelings too. Suddenly Matt asked Noah if this was really Chigir Mogura's monster. As expected from him, I recognized it almost immediately. Chigir Mogura is a rare monster that lives only in the Endless Wasteland. It is a real miracle just to see it, because it has high speed, although it has no attack power or defense. But if you tame it and accept it into the team, then all members of the group will activate unique skills that increase their experience points by 5 times. Noah didn't even suspect this. Since the experience is 5 times more, it can be raised 5 times faster. It is the desired demonic pet of any adventurer, and Lala asked why he still doesn't have a team with such a pet. He said that he found this monster about 5 years ago. It was much smaller than it is now, and looked like a fluffy stone. It turned out to be very weak, so he shared his lunch with it, and this Chigir Mogura immediately became attached to him. In other words, if you take Black Morph with you, he gets more experience and skill points, Noah asked again. Noah had already managed to come up with a name for him, but even if that were the case, the higher the level becomes, the harder it is to increase it. Noah's level, even with this pet, would take a whole month to increase it by 1. Hearing this, Noah then asked them to wait a little, because he needed to check something. It would take about 2 hours. He was going to meet his friends. Having collected his equipment, sword, backpack, and dressed, he was ready to set out. Matt noticed that the calculations didn't add up at all. Even if he hunted monsters every day, he would only reach level 100 in 5 years. and even if he had 5 times more experience, there was no way he would have reached level 596 by the age of 14 through normal means. So they decided to follow him and told Noah to behave as usual. Noah didn't mind and began to get ready to go. Suddenly, he flew forward on his own 2 feet. Barely reacting, Lulu began to create a magic carpet. Noah ran the distance in seconds, overtaking the planes and various animals. Then he heard a voice behind him asking him to walk more slowly. That was the whole party, and Nomad even felt a little sick. The speed of a normal run was too great, although there were demonic creatures along the way. But Noah simply avoids them, even though he has a pet suitable for the company of experienced adventurers. Having avoided the battle with the monsters, he feels more confident. If the monster is material, then he will fight with it. But today he is laughing, and I need to get to Este as soon as possible. Este was Noah's friend. He announced that they were arriving at the Dragon Kingdom, but was asked if they hadn't run past his friends. Noah replied that it was not like that at all, and they only had a little bit of distance to go. He knew this road by heart, and they were all under the effect of black morph, so he was getting tired, and just in case he asked what they would do if he suddenly got tired. Lulu told him not to worry about them. Even if the boost was gone, they still had magic, and if he attacked anyone, they would just watch him and help him if anything happened. Lala asked if they wouldn't help right away, but Lulu replied that everything was under control. They were going to see what Noah usually does, because he said he knew the way, and so there shouldn't be any problems. She wondered what Noah's secret was. Suddenly, Nomad woke up and was told that they were now on the Dragon Ridge. When he asked what they were doing in such a dangerous place, he was told that they were simply following Noah while he was unconscious. Then Nomad asked where Noah was, and Lulu pointed in the direction. Noah stood in the distance, and in front of him stood a huge griffin. Nomad panicked and demanded Lulu, Lal, and Matt to save Noah, fearing that he would die. But he was told not to worry, because even if he screamed like that, it wouldn't help Noah win. The griffin raised its paw, preparing to attack. But Noah counterattacked the griffin with a deft move, and the griffin's claw fell to the ground. It was a high-grade raw material, and he didn't receive any damage at all. When selecting materials from a demonic beast, there is usually a high chance of receiving a fatal blow. The wounded demon beast would become angry and chase its prey, so it shouted at Noah to run. But he just waved his hand and thanked the griffin for it, and then the griffin turned around and began to walk away. This has been the case since Nomad fell asleep. Most demons ignore Noah, as if that's the way it should be, and even if they attack from time to time, he deftly strips away only the material. Do not kill and do not be killed. His father wondered how this was even possible. Noah and his group came to some kind of ominous cave. His dad asked if they had arrived. He replied that almost, because this is the front entrance, and Este lives inside. It turns out that his level rises when he meets Este. Everyone even became interested in what kind of sage he is that can be found in the Dragon Ridge. Lulu, as a great sage, would not want to live in such a place. Actually, just like Lala, who is a great thief, they continued their journey deeper into the cave. It was getting hotter and hotter, and Lulu had a bad feeling about this. Moving further towards the passage, Noah reported that they were there. A huge space with ruins opened up before them. Noah thought that she would probably be angry, since he brought strangers without permission. Suddenly, a huge paw struck the ground, and the creature introduced itself as Este, or Este Lauder, and she is the queen of the fire dragons. The whole group was very surprised by the appearance of the fire dragon in front of them. Este held her head high. Lala immediately began casting a spell, but in an instant, Este attacked back, faster than her. A huge stream of fire engulfed a gigantic area. Everything that came under fire melted into hot magma. Noah, having managed to dodge, landed on a cliff nearby. The acquaintance did not go very well. As it turned out, Lulu had managed to cast a barrier that protected them. She couldn't believe that the queen of the fire dragons was Noah's friend, and Nomad, turning to Lulu, said that Noah was behind the barrier. She was asked to lower the barrier because Noah might get hurt, but Lulu knew she couldn't let it go, because if she took it off, Noah began to pull out his sword from the cloth tied around it. If Lulu removes the barrier, they will all die. One day, when she was still young, she met the queen of the fire dragons. It was stupid to fight her, so she ran away with all her might. She rarely left Lala's side, and she hadn't met Matt yet, so they didn't know about it. That fear at that moment, he was much stronger then, when she was neither a sage nor a brave man, and like a coward ran away with all her might at the sight of the Dragon Queen. Perhaps her level has already risen since then, but she still felt that she was far from the dragon level. Suddenly Noah shouted at Esti to be careful because his father was in that group of people. She had heard that meeting his parents was a step up the relationship ladder, so she asked him if he wanted to marry her. Noah asked her where she even heard such strange things about people. He then jumped on her and was about to strike, but Esti blocked his strike with her tail. As a result, his blade broke into pieces. Then he threw the fragment to the side, and it sank into the molten rock. And he took out the second sword. If suddenly this sword also breaks, then he will run away. That is the decision he made. If he gets to the point where the third one breaks, even if Esti wins, he will die on the way home. The demon beast from Dragonspine is not strong enough to return without a weapon, although he has never managed to beat Esti. He asked if he shouldn't introduce his family to his friends. The dragoness replied that he had brought them to her without asking her, and that it was natural to punish uninvited guests in this case. Besides, she noticed that there was a sage in that group. "The old lady can't even handle the wind," Lulu asked her not to call her old lady. They hadn't seen each other for about 100 years, and she was very young. Then Esti admitted that in the time they hadn't seen each other, she had become a better person. But Lulu hadn't even lived 100 years yet. Nomad asked why she was attacking Noah. They were friends after all. Lala said that monster friendship is different from monster friendship. She also has a dragon friend. When they meet, they usually attack each other instead of greeting. Moreover, running away from an attack is considered rude. Matt said that you can't befriend monsters unless you can at least fight. But even if they are just playing, if you don't have real strength, you can get seriously injured. Suddenly, Esti opened her wings and began to attack with slashing blows. It was her scales that she threw. Noah dodged all the scales with ease. He really sees everything in this storm of invisible scales. Noah began to run along the wall, gradually approaching the dragon. And here is his final goal: watching Esti's body during the fight. He found her lightly colored scales behind her left shoulder. So while running, he threw off the weight of his backpack, and he abruptly ran out of Esti's sight. Finding himself behind, he prepared to strike. With a scream, he fell down, plunging his sword into her shoulder. His sword broke in the same instant, but along with it, Esti's scale broke off. He was delighted with his success, because he had finally succeeded. Grabbing the scales, he continued to fall down. Suddenly, Esti caught him in her huge paw, and she congratulated him on having succeeded. And all because he was behind her, and he also began to see better during the storm of scales. She looked forward to the next battle, and her body began to dissolve. But then long hair emerged from the particles, and instead of a huge fiery dragon, a beautiful woman appeared, holding Noah in her arms. She gently lowered him to his feet. Nomad approached Noah, worried about him. He was okay, and boasted that he had successfully obtained the scales. It was the same scale he had used for the sickle, Esti's scale. Dad called him a fool, because these are the scales of the red dragon, the queen herself. It is very stupid to use the scales of a fire dragon, a material that is tens of times better than all others, only for a sickle. Esti heard this and was told that Tarot had asked for it for the sickle. She didn't get angry, because in that case, there was nothing she could do. After all, Nova often talks about her neighbor Aunt Tarot, and it's normal to give the benefactor the best reward. Lulu scolded Noah for bringing them to such a dangerous place out of the blue without any explanation, and her life was shortened by 10 years. Esti joked that since she had shrunk at her age, they should have been in a coffin a long time ago. She then turned to Noah, saying that by the time they got married, they would have to get rid of them all before he too shriveled up, and this was coming from a dragon who was much older than all of them together, and Noah was only 14 years old. Although in the human world, it is possible to get married at 14, only aristocrats do so. Noah didn't want them to continue talking like this and asked Grandma Lulu to check his level. After checking his level, she was very surprised, because when they left the house, his level was 596, and now it was already 610. Noah rose by as many as 5 levels. And it turns out that Blackmorph's level could also increase. Suddenly, Esti came up behind Noah, and she asked. It turns out that Noah fights with her only to raise his level. He immediately apologized for this and would like to explain everything. But even though they had come uninvited, they were still guests, so Esti suggested they go further than stand here and talk. Walking forward, they found themselves in an inner courtyard. They didn't even suspect that such a place existed in the Dragon's Ridge, as if it were magic. In the shadows, Noah saw Lambda. He greeted Noah, because they hadn't seen each other for a long time. And then he greeted the queen, she asked him to make tea, and she invited everyone to sit down in order to listen to their explanations. After some time, it became clear that for Blackmorph, people have rather complex rules. She had been interested in Noah since he went to Dragonspine. He hardly fought monsters, and if he did, he only took their claws and beak and then ran away. She found something strange about this, because usually if they get hurt, they want to fight back. So she warned Noah to be careful outside of this ridge. A lot of the monsters here are very smart, and she made a deal with Noah. Noah put his life on the line, and she put her materials on the line. If Noah is killed before he takes the material, then he loses. If he takes the material before he is killed, then the monster loses, in which case he admits defeat and leaves. This has quietly become the rule of this place. It turns out that Noah has never lost since then, and only wins fights in a row, and no one has heard of such a rule. But Esti asked them to understand her correctly. After all, this rule only applies to them and Noah. If another person enters this territory, then even if he takes the material before he is killed, he will be pursued, because Noah is special no matter what you say. After all, Noah never killed anyone while on Dragon's Ridge. Not a single monster. Even if the monsters were weaker and attacked themselves, Noah would only take the material and immediately run away, not to mention that he himself never attacked. Curious about this, her dragon went to ask Noah why he was entering their territory. He only replied that he needed to collect raw materials and ore, that's all. They were for Dad, who after his mother's death began to drink a lot. He said that he was looking for excellent ore and raw materials so that his father could hold a hammer in his hands. This surprised her greatly. It seemed to her that all the people who came to their territory wanted only one thing, to kill the fire dragon. They were not originally such a warlike race. Noah was just a child when he first came to them. He came every day, and over time everyone got used to him. The dragons became like his family. Although there were those who sometimes attacked him, Noah's behavior gradually became a habit and became good training for the young monsters. Soon Noah came to her, and even in battle with her, his habit remains unchanged. She attacks him with all her might, and he tries to get material. After the battle, he stayed to talk, and since then, she always looks forward to Noah's appearance. Lulu always knew, although it is not well known, that in order to get experience points, you don't necessarily have to kill, you just need to challenge someone whose level is higher. The higher the level of the enemy you fight, the more experience points you can get. However, there are no adventurers who are willing to fight high-level enemies because it is life-threatening. If an adventurer fights an enemy of the same level or lower, he will fight to the last because he will not get enough experience points until he kills the enemy. Plus, if you kill the enemy, you can get meat and ingredients. It's quite expensive. Noah only takes the beak and claws, and if he gets hurt, he recovers his strength and goes on to get materials. So that's the reason why he didn't kill the monsters. And Noah asked Esti if she was upset, but she was only pleased with it. Like Noah said, you kill the monster and that's the end of it, and Lulu decided to give an example. If you kill the Dragon Queen, the experience value is small. The person will raise about 100 levels and that's it. She didn't know whether the Queen was level 2,000 or 3,000, but one could challenge a high-level opponent many times and fight with him all his life. In such a battle, if a person fought 20 times, increasing the level by 5, after 20 days, the level would rise by 100. And all this explains the mystery of Noah's level. Suddenly, Esti came up and grabbed Nomad by the chin, and she asked, "Is he Noah's dad?" drilling him with her gaze. It was after his mother's death that he started drinking heavily and gave up blacksmithing. And being deceived, he sold the swords and materials cheaply, and now Noah has to collect ore. She said that he now owed a lot to Noah, a good conversationalist and a sweet friend who is occasionally trained by the dragon. Noah was aiming precisely at the scale that was about to fall. The old scales are itchy, especially the back, and Noah helps her a lot. It's just that these scales are the easiest to remove. Then his dad's, whom he fought, cannot cause serious damage to Esti's scales. She asked if this sword was so important. Noah replied that it was exactly like that. He had a sword made by his dad, and he had already shown it to Esti. It was very beautiful. When ordinary steel is in Dad's hands, it begins to shine so that no precious stone can compare to it. The turbid ore turns fiery yellow, emitting sparks with each strike, and then seems to be reborn. As a child, he picked up pieces of metal that shattered on impact. When he gave them back to his father, they turned red again, and then flew apart again, and he collected them to make them whole. Nomad said that these pieces were really needed for the sword and that he had done a very good job. With these words, he stroked his hair. Red fire, really beautiful in the furnace and the dim forge. He thinks it is the best magic and it is his favorite time. He had less ability in cooking and blacksmithing, and because of this, he often got angry when he desperately tried to do something. And his mom and dad watched him when he was little. The memory of blacksmithing became his most important recollection. After listening to him, Esti could only say that dragon parents and human parents were very different, and she asked him if this was really his most important memory, and he answered positively. A father who only created problems for her dear Noah. Taking advantage of the opportunity, she decided to get rid of such a nuisance, she said, creating a fireball and directing it at Nomad. Noah immediately jumped up, asking her what she was saying. When she asked if this man was not much weaker than him, Noah asked in return if she had decided so just because of strength. Is there any other value in his world besides strength? He added. Then Esti decided to check him out properly, because it couldn't be that he was talking so much about this pathetic blacksmith master. And she offered to go to the city of people with her. The whole group was very surprised when she suggested this. Noah said that this should not be done, because as soon as she arrived, she would be immediately exposed and a big panic would begin in the city. Lambda then turned to Esti and said that today's plan was still in effect, and he asked what she would answer if her grandfather asked. She asked him not to be so insistent, and asked if the other dragon's messengers could not wait. Noah asked Lambda to stop Esti, but he couldn't do it, and he asked them to let him accompany them. Esti was even surprised that he would go too. Even if Her Majesty goes to the human city, it is his duty to be by her side. Lambda looked very much like Esti, so Esti herself announced that they would go to the city of people. Eventually, they arrived at the Eastern Royal Adventurers Guild. The group will keep an eye on him using stealth magic, and he is told to boldly register as an adventurer and get a trainer's license. Except for Nomad, they are all fairly well-known individuals, and they don't want to stand out in any way, so they will use stealth. Since that was the case, Noah was not against it, but asked to follow him, since it was his first time in the Adventurers Guild, so he did not understand or know anything. And then he took the door handle and pushed it. Finally, he walked inside the Adventurers Guild. All eyes immediately turned to him. It looked like this child was lost. Then someone approached him and asked if he had an assignment. Noah directly said that his grandmother asked him to register with the guild. The man laughed at the fact that the boy was going to work as an adventurer and called it complete nonsense. Then he told him not to talk nonsense because an adventurer is a profession where he is always one step away from death, and told him to go home and play ball instead. Noah thanked him for the advice, but added that he didn't really care about it. One of Emerton's friends, that was the man's name, laughed because this child did not respect him at all, and he suggested that he teach Noah a little lesson. But Emerton refused this idea, but his comrades still continued to put pressure on the child. So he frowned and asked again if he had really gone deaf. His friend immediately calmed down and stopped. It was even good that Esti didn't come. If the adventurers had seen her here, it's scary to even imagine what would have happened. When Esti suggested going to the human city, suddenly another voice asked what she was up to, and suddenly a huge dragon's paw stepped next to them. He was clearly older than Esti. It was her grandfather. Esti's grandfather pointed out that Lambda was obliged to stop the lady, not to flirt with her. Grandpa's name was Sebastian, and he leaned over to Noah and apologized for the two of them, since they were clearly causing trouble. Then he grabbed Lambda and Esti and was about to fly away, because the messenger of the storm dragon was already waiting for them. Esti asked Noah to save her, but to no avail. Sebastian apologized to Noah's family and flew away with Lambda and the lady. He flew away quickly and had already disappeared from sight. The Dragon Queen turned out to still be a child. Noah said it was Lord Sebastian, and maybe that name wasn't even real. As far as he knows, he is the strongest major domo among the fire dragons. Anyway, Noah's level has risen again, and they should still check out the Adventurers Guild. Noah, already inside the guild, found the reception desk. He was greeted at the counter by a cute rabbit girl, as one would expect from an Adventurers Guild. But the administrator of the Blacksmith's Guild is a dirty old man. The girl explained that in this black frame he needs to write down his name, date of birth, race, blood type, medical history, and whether he has any allergies to anything. Everything outside the black frame she will fill in herself. Information such as blood type and allergies can serve as an information card in the guild card if the owner suddenly loses consciousness. This information is very important for healing magic, because some people are allergic to it. Noah asked what would happen if he cast a healing spell on someone with allergies. Typically, people fall into a state of so-called overhealing, feeling tired and swollen, making it difficult to breathe. So this needs to be written down, but skills are personal information and do not need to be indicated because they are not needed for treatment. Then she finally decided to ask if his parents allowed him to join the Adventurers Guild at such a young age. After all, a guardian signature is required for children under 12 years of age, but fortunately, Noah has already reached the age of 14. The girl was even surprised at first that Noah was really 14 years old. The requirement for a parent's signature for a child under 12 was made to prevent orphans from becoming adventurers at an early age, because a child could die in monster territory simply earning money for food. Even though Noah doesn't have a mom, he still has a dad, so everything is okay. There is no need to indicate his place of residence, because adventurers rarely have permanent housing. If Noah were to discover an allergy during his adventures, he would have to report it. And during pregnancy and breastfeeding, there were also restrictions on healing magic and medicine, so the period had to be indicated on the guild card. Even though Noah couldn't get pregnant or breastfeed, the girl had to be told about it anyway. Noah listed his occupation as a blacksmith's apprentice. Emerton came up behind him and told him that this was no place for weaklings like a blacksmith's apprentice, and asked if he didn't want to write down something like swordsman or hunter as an occupation. Sue, the receptionist behind the counter, then said that falsely reporting one's occupation violated Section 4 of the Guilds Act. But Emerton said the kid was literally signing himself up for the death penalty, and it wasn't his elder's job to stop him. If he is a swordsman or a hunter, even if he is a newbie, he can still be accepted into the team, but no one will even look at someone strange like a blacksmith's apprentice, and he will seem like a burden to the team because he is incapable of fighting. And if they do take him, then most likely they will be scammers who want to rob him, and it turns out that he has no choice but to become a loner. This is literally a direct path to death. And he asked if he could stop him. Sue said that registering with the Adventurers Guild and the party uniform were personal responsibilities. Then she leaned over to Noah and told him not to hold a grudge against Emerton. Emerton is a talented B-rank adventurer. He intervenes before the newcomer can be confused by the guild members and saves the situation from getting worse. Adventurers rarely engage in combat with an opponent who has a higher rank than them. Noah then understood everything, and even saw the angry looks at Emerton and the others. Then remembering, Sue asked Noah if he had an ID, but he didn't know what it was. She explained that this was a card for residents who had a family registry in the royal capital for the past few years. They were given a personal identification number and a card in exchange for a birth certificate, and if he had a card, he could integrate it with his guild card. Noah thinks it was from a government office a few years ago, but he's not sure where it is, and of course, he still doesn't have it. Sue understood everything, mentioning that such people often come and ask for his identification number, but Noah did not remember it, and had not even seen it. If she had known at least the number, the procedure would have been much easier. Then she took out a device called a magic level measuring instrument. Then today's registration is impossible if his level is less than 5. If he is a royal citizen with a personal ID card, he can safely start as a seeker, leveling up in the beginning cave managed by the royal capital, even if his level is low. So if the level is lower than 5, they will have to search for a map or reach level 6 on their own. In other words, if Noah's level is below 5, or 5, he needs a card, but if it's 6, he doesn't need one. If it is level 6, then there will be no problem, because it is a magic tool that converts the level into heat. You need to insert candles on a stone board, and then insert a hollow into them, and then if you put your hand on it, 1 candle at level 1 will melt, 10 candles at level 10. There are only 20 of them, but what if they want to measure the level of people who have reached level 40, for example? Noah asked. Although in the registration of new adventurers, the level is rarely higher, for experienced adventurers, they also have a separate magic tool that can measure up to 200 and even 500 levels. Finally, he was asked to place his hand on the object. And instantly, all 20 candles melted in one moment. They were a bit stunned and thought that the device was probably malfunctioning, and then Sue suggested trying again, but the effect repeated itself again. Emerton and Sue were a little shocked. Noah then asked if since they confirmed that his level was higher than 6, it meant he could become an adventurer. But Emerton decided to stop him, because the reaction was very strange, and the sound that the device made was heard for the first time, so he asked to bring the board for the 200th level. She brought a board for 18 candles, but only at the 30th level the first candle melts, And after that, one after another, the candles will melt at every 10th level, and so you can measure up to 200. The first one I decided to try was Emerton, and putting his hand on it, 2.5 candles melted. This was the correct reaction, as Emerton is level 45, the border of B class, and this proves the effectiveness of the tool. Sue asked if it was possible to do this without permission. It was difficult to clean like that. After cleaning, she then put in new candles, and then Sue suggested trying again and asked him to put his hand down. As soon as Noah touched the board, all 18 candles melted at the same moment. The couple stood in an even more profound stupor, and after a couple of moments, Sue ran upstairs in tears to call the master. Emerton's acquaintances came to the noise, and he said that the boy was a blacksmith's apprentice. But to everyone's surprise, he was at least level 200. Everyone was very surprised by this. Noah already wanted to go home quickly, and in his thoughts, he tried to call his relatives to save him, but they only looked at him and smiled. He had to understand that his level was indecently huge, and he was like a saint. Noah thought it was unfair, since Lulu and Lala's grandmothers were on a higher level than him. Sue and Master were walking down the steps. She was hurrying him. An old man with horns appeared before Noah, who is the master of this guild, and he saw with his own eyes a child whose level was above 200. Sue confirmed that it was him, and that Emerton had already checked the board, so it was definitely not broken. The guild master looked at Noah, studying him. He then said that if there was a problem with the stove, it didn't mean it was the stove's fault. He decided to introduce himself and said that he was the guild master of the Eastern Adventurers Guild named Sunward, but then he added that he could simply be called Sonochka. Noah saw a bell in Sunward's hands. He was talking to the shopping street about the New Year's lottery, and remembered that the guild was also on the shopping street. This year, they are planning to triple the meat, from 5 kilograms to 10 kilograms for the main prize. Hearing this, Noah began to shine, calling Sonochka the best. Such a huge piece of meat that for dogs and beastmen, it is like a dream, and every year it also participates in the lottery. But he only won second prize, pollock caviar, and as it turned out, Sunward was exactly the same. These two, with their lottery mania, found each other, and for the first time a person was found who actually calls Sunward Sonochka. Then Sue turned to the master. He then suggested that they talk about the lottery later, and he admitted that without Noah's knowledge, he had already managed to check his status, and asked if he had heard that in the guild they can only evaluate up to level 500. On this stone tablet, only up to level 200, and the last level of evaluation is Guildmaster, that is Sunward. Appraisal magic involves appraising subjects up to 3 times his level. His level is 169, so he can check the level up to about 500. But even here he was powerless, and I cannot see his status. After a couple of seconds of silence, the realization came that the boy's level was above 500. And this is a little boy who can easily be cut into 2 pieces. Someone from the crowd wanted to check it out. Noah was momentarily afraid that something was about to happen, but Sunward stopped them and clarified that level does not equal strength. Since he calls himself a blacksmith's apprentice, he most likely gained experience in blacksmithing, the guildmaster assumed. Although even if that is the case, it is a whole 500th level. Here it is not just hellish training that is needed to reach such a level, but something more. Suddenly, Grandma Lulu appeared behind them and answered them to collect ore in the endless desert. Emerton was surprised that she was suddenly behind him, but Sunward, recognizing his teacher, was even more surprised. He immediately fell to his knees and asked what they had done wrong that she had deigned to come. Lulu replied that it was nothing special, she just came to accompany Noah, saw a familiar face, and decided to show herself because she didn't know that Sunward was the current guildmaster of the Eastern Guild, and asked how things were going for him in general. He replied that he was fine, and asked in return what news she had. He thought that the boy was her student, and now it was not even surprising that he had such a level. She asked if he himself had a student, because he was also her student, but Sunward did not have a student, and he did not train at all. Finally, passers-by recognized Lulu as a great sage. She is the guildmaster's teacher, and it's hard to believe that they were lucky enough to see Mistress Lulu in person. Lulu said that Noah is not her student, and she said that he was a disciple of the divine blacksmith, pointing to Nomad. People had never heard of such a nickname, but since that was the case, they assumed that he was around level 1000. At that moment, Lala came up to him, which shocked Sunward. She asked if he confirmed Noah's registration. He immediately agreed to confirm it. It was even scary to imagine what the grandmothers did to him when he was a student. Noah was already standing at the check-in counter with Sue. The adventurer registration was completed. As the guildmaster said, the level is not equal to combat skills, and no matter what the level was initially, you still have to start from rank F. Once Noah reaches rank B or higher, the guild card will be automatically renewed for free until his death is confirmed or until he resigns. Since the guild card is a magic item, you will need to go to the nearest guild to replace or renew it. Then she handed him the guild card. Noah remembered that he had originally come here to apply for a handler's license. Sue was a little puzzled that a blacksmith's apprentice needed a tamer's license. But anyway, she let him touch the magic ball. Sue actually saw the tamer's skill when she lit up, and luckily the reaction was normal. His skill level was 5. She asked for his card back to write the tamer's permission into it. It turns out that adventurers need to update their status themselves. Only the girl from the reception said that Noah is now an F-rank adventurer. If he doesn't complete one task within a month, his registration will be cancelled. A tamer's license will definitely help him in the future. He just needs to get rank B and that's it. And since the S rank says so, there is no other way. S ranks are Lala and Lulu, and Nomad himself was a B rank. Sue returned, apologizing for the wait. As a result, the problem with the license was resolved. After the grandmothers appeared, the entire guild turned pale from head to toe. The receptionist looked smiling, but there was something in her expression. And Emerton, being talkative, suddenly fell silent, and at the end he only wished them good luck. They completed the task and left the Eastern Guild under the eyes of the people watching them. Already at home, they tried to wake up Gerald, who was dreaming something about documents and bad calculations. Suddenly he woke up and remembered about the magical beast. Noah immediately showed him his tamer card, that is, his license. Jer was surprised because Noah didn't know about this card. He told him that they did everything while Gerald was sleeping, although she already had it. But he already had an animal before the license. Lulu asked him why he was bothering him. He tried so hard to level up and improve his tamer skill to be with that black scarf, and it turns out that Jer is devaluing Noah's efforts. Noah looked at him with puppy eyes and asked if he couldn't. Unable to resist, he finally agreed to make an amendment to the kingdom's code, so that a person who had subdued a magical beast before receiving a tamer's license could be considered the legal owner of the magical beast. It was as if a weight had been lifted from her shoulder. Then Lala asked Lulu what they would do next. It would be a long way home. Gerald himself could return to the palace in 2 hours and ask the twins if they hadn't been to the mansion in the capital. They said that they were in the neighboring state of Soy, and it turns out that they entered the country illegally, but also illegally left the other one. If an urgent summoning was made using a magical item, then this case must be considered. Noah, after listening to all this, invited them to spend the night at their house. They wanted to see their daily life, but they didn't even see the second part of the day. They didn't mind. Nomad suddenly said that he used the summoning not for Noah to tame magical beasts, but because of the abnormal level. After all, level 596 sounds wild to a blacksmith's apprentice, and he asked what he should do with it. But the twins said that everything had already been decided. They found out how he got to that level, and there is nothing illegal about it, and it is better to leave it as is. He asked if they would allow Noah to continue fighting the dragon. Lala asked why he was yelling. It was his fault that he went to the Dragon Ridge. And for whom did she collect ore and materials if he did not process them? And because of this, they had to survive and look for other ways to feed themselves. They registered him in the guild, and Noah can only mine ores in this strange way, so everything else is left to Nomad. Noah offered to let Gerald look at the materials he had been collecting when he inquired about them. He had his own secret warehouse, which he kept secret from his father, so that he would not sell everything from there. He was flattered that he was allowed to watch, but Nomad was not. And since Nomad hadn't had a drink for a long time, Noah didn't mind him watching too, considering the opportunity to get him back into the working mood. Apparently Nomad was that hopeless. They headed behind the main warehouse, and when I opened the door, there was nothing inside. And also, Omura's equipment did not remain. Gerald was interested in the second floor. As far as Noah knew, there was no mom's equipment on the second floor, and in general, it was not in the main building, and perhaps Nomad had already managed to sell them. Gerald doubted this, because Nomad couldn't be that stupid, but Nomad's look showed that he had indeed sold them, and Jer grabbed him by the collar. After all, this is not just a memory of Omura, but a national treasure, the Sword of Love, a masterpiece that he forged, 2 swords of legendary level. But suddenly, Nomad asked if Gerald didn't have these swords. 3 days after Omura's funeral, a messenger from the royal palace arrived. He said that since Omura was dead, Nomad was now an outsider, and all her gear belonged to the kingdom. After these words, he took everything he had, and all he had left was Noah. Nomad knew that he didn't feel very good about his alliance with Omura, so he thought that if he gave everything, it would calm Gerald down, and reminded him that it was not he who sent the messenger for the things. Gerald didn't understand what he was saying at all. Sister's equipment is the hereditary treasure of the kingdom, but at the same time, it is also a memory of her, so he asked to leave it with Noah, and he never sent anyone for the equipment. Nomad was shocked by what he heard, and could not believe what had actually happened. It turns out that immediately after my mother's death, someone came, calling himself Uncle Jer, and took possession of my mother's funeral equipment. This means that the fraudster identified himself on behalf of the kingdom. Noah asked if it was that bad. Lulu replied that it was worse than a thief. Speaking in the name of the kingdom is a crime on par with counterfeiting, and there hasn't been one in recent memory. Noah wondered who it could be. It turns out that 8 years ago, he handed over Omura's sister's things to a criminal. Although he had with him a decree with the seal of the kingdom, even such as Nomad was convinced of this. Decrees cannot be issued without the king's seal. In other words, Gerald could not have known this, which means they can forge decrees. He apologized to Noah. Because the secret warehouse would have to be shown later, Gerald was going to return to the castle and start looking for the swindler. The fake decrees are made by someone from the royal elite, or at least are involved. This is the worst outcome. A real threat to the security of the country. He warned them that he would return to them and take statements, so he advised them to help the investigation. And after these words, he left. Lulu asked him why he was so sad, because swindlers always take the dangerous path, and they just get lucky all this time. They could have been caught transporting the equipment if they hadn't been on their guard. Forging decrees was a big problem, but she thought it was an amateur. Noah looked at his father, then nudged him, reminding him that the past was the past, and that Uncle Jer would handle Mom's gear, and led him to the secret storage area. He led them to a pile of rubbish that was his warehouse. Noah then took out the key, opened the lock and the door. Inside he took a lamp and lit a candle in it. An even bigger dump appeared before them, but Nomad was very interested in her, although Lulu did not see anything valuable in it. Noah confirmed the lack of value, but it was exciting anyway. He then said that the materials were further on and began to open the next lock, and he welcomed them into his secret warehouse. A whole bunch of different materials appeared before them. In one corner, there was a whole mountain of Dragon Queen scales and obsidian, and in another, there was silver ore, titanium, and even orichalcum and adamantite. Fire dragon scales, griffin feathers, manticore needles, flying dragon horns. It was clear how this mountain had accumulated, but still. He also had sea snake skin, vampire fangs, magic clover, and mist tiger fangs. He was asked where he got so many ingredients that could not be obtained in the endless desert and the dragon spine. Suddenly, Nomad was stopped because he almost crushed the unicorn's horn and the mermaid's pearls on the floor. Noah wanted to crush them before using them anyway, so there was no need to be careful here, but the fact that he wanted to crush such a precious thing was crazy. Suddenly, Matt picked him up by the scruff of the neck. Lulu demanded an explanation from him. Because a sea serpent, a mermaid, and a unicorn cannot live in the lair of a fire dragon, and also magic clover, honey of the Queen of Shoulders, these items can be obtained from the dungeon boss. Even if we assume that he walks through dungeons, bosses no longer appear after they are killed, and when someone defeats a boss, the other person will no longer encounter him. In this world, in addition to the habitats of monsters, there are also dungeons where many different monsters gather. Unlike normal places, in dungeons, when killing monsters, there are no corpses left, and there is a small chance that an item may drop. That is, in addition to the dropped item, the rest of the body disappears. She did not know how it works. Places where dungeons are located are always teeming with adventurers. There are 3 big reasons for this. Firstly, if you don't hunt the monsters from the dungeons, they will multiply and leave the dungeon, so the authorities send a request to the Adventurers Guild with a proposal to kill the monsters. Secondly, there are treasure chests in the dungeons, and they reappear after some time. Inside there can be weapons, armor, jewelry, less often magic items. The difficulty and luck determine what will fall out in the end. Thirdly, There are monsters that live only in dungeons, of course. There are also items that can only be obtained from these monsters. Why are the dungeons exactly like this? Here we can assume that the dungeons themselves are a huge monster that lures people into themselves, so after defeating the boss, the dungeon itself does not disappear. Only Noah had boss items that a hero and great sage would have collected one or two of in his entire life, and here there was a whole bunch of them, and she demanded an immediate explanation. Noah asked her to calm down, because he was going to tell her everything anyway, not hide it. Someone was running from the monsters. These monsters were skeletons that were about to reach their target, but Noah managed to save the girl who was running. He asked if she was okay, and she said yes. Then Noah noticed movement among the skeletons, and he said that they needed to leave, because they could recover from the destruction. After some time, the girl found out that Noah was sent by the guild, and asked where the other adventurers were. As it turned out, the dungeon was too tough for them, so they left. She introduced herself as Celia, and thanked for her help. She is a newbie mage from the guild. At that time, Noah was not a member of the guild, but he came here for materials for forging, because he is a blacksmith's apprentice. It was strange to see a child, a blacksmith's apprentice, alone in such a place. Noah asked why Celia didn't leave with the others. She said that if the monsters were not killed, things would be bad for others. Suddenly, the same skeletons appeared next to them. Noah cut them into pieces in an instant. Celia noticed his great strength. Noah had been in several of these dungeons, so he was already used to them. After thinking for a moment, Celia asked him if the two of them could walk to the boss's lair. Luckily, he also had business with the boss, so he didn't mind. But first he decided to deal with the other adventurers, and suggested coming back in a day, since the boss wasn't going anywhere. But Celia said that there was no time, because her younger sister was seriously ill. The boss here drops a component to cure her little sister's illness. This item was a heavenly chop. Noah needed another material. It wouldn't be useful for forging anyway, so if the ruby fell out, he would give it to Celia. Celia was delighted to hear this. But if suddenly the thread of a demonic spider falls out, then Noah will take it for himself, although it is much cheaper than a ruby. They arrived at an open place, and the door was ahead. There was a dungeon boss inside. She was a little scared, because it was her first time fighting a boss, but Noah said that they didn't have to win, although the battle would still be tough. Celia was surprised and asked how she didn't need to win. She had nothing to brag about, she wasn't much of a fighter yet, and it took her a long time to cast spells. Then she decided to ask Noah what his level was, but he didn't even know what level he was. At that moment, Celia thought she had been wrong about him. Then she suggested going back, although they had already entered the zone. A beautiful area appeared before them. Noah told her to be on guard, because the boss was not in sight. Suddenly she saw a chest in the distance, and without thinking she went forward. Noah tried to stop her. There was a huge, demonic spider sitting on the ceiling. He shot a web at Celia, but Noah managed to fly up and cut the web before it could reach Celia. He warned that the spider was already starting to attack. The spider jumped from the ceiling to the ground with a crash. This was the boss of this dungeon. Noah told Celia to back off and leave the spider to him. After all, the two of them could kill him. She asked what was wrong with that. Noah jumped and parried the spider's attack once more. It was clear that he was not afraid of such a monster, and even attacked very quickly himself. Celia realized that she couldn't just stand by and watch, so I started to read the spell. Noah walked closer to the spider and swung his arm to strike, but he missed. Apparently it was too early to attack. He waited for the right moment while deftly dodging the spider's attacks. Seeing how Noah continued to quickly attack and quickly retreat, unable to deal serious damage, Celia thought that he still couldn't handle it alone. Suddenly, a spider's paw hit Noah's hand. His sword flew to the side. The spider began to advance towards Noah. Celia wanted to help him in her thoughts, and she had to fight. She showed her little sister the adventurer's outfit she got from the guild. She is a newbie now, but she promised to find a way to cure her so that she can run and be happy again. Silas lay in bed and thanked Celia in advance. She made a promise to herself. Suddenly, a magic circle appeared around Celia, and she hit the spider with her spell. The explosion created a large cloud of dust. She was already happy that she killed the spider, but Noah asked why she had to be so strong. Suddenly, the spider's eyes lit up from the dust. Noah barely managed to dodge the spider's paw, and also covered Celia. The spider was still standing on its legs, although it was obvious that they were shaking. Suddenly, the spider almost lost his balance. He weakened. Noah saw this and said that they needed to leave. Celia asked why they should leave since they didn't kill him, but Noah replied that there was no need to kill anyone. She asked how they would leave, because until they killed the boss, the exit would not open. Noah didn't know this, but there is another way to escape than killing the boss. It was a teleportation magic circle behind the boss. Noah himself would be able to get around him, but he was worried about Celia, since it was unlikely that she would be able to do it. So there was no choice but to make another strike. He even thought about actually killing him, but there was no time to think, so he decided to distract the spider while Celia ran to the teleporter. He struck the spider, and the material flew out of it. He commanded to run to the teleport. Looking at the teleportation site, I wondered if Celia could swim. As soon as they stepped onto the slab, they were instantly transported, and they found themselves somewhere underwater. And before them appeared a huge aquatic creature. It was a sea serpent, which made Celia very scared. The sea serpent growled, causing them to fly further downstream. And yet they managed to avoid all this. Unfortunately, the celestial ruby did not fall out. Only the thread fell out. But for Noah, the materials from the sea serpent would also be useful. Celia exhaled because she thought she was going to die. They miraculously escaped. She asked him why he stopped him. Because a little more, and they would have killed the spider. Then she saw the spoils of the spider in his hands. Although it did not kill him, Noah explained that if you want to get the item, you should never kill the boss. Dungeon monsters can drop items without being killed, although not as high as when killed. He realized this when he hunted bosses in dungeons many times, attacked the boss several hundred times, and then everything worked out. One day he came out of the dungeon, and at that time the boss had fully restored his health, until he fought him again, so that he could get the item again. That is, if you do not get the item, then you should leave before the boss dies, and then repeat everything. That's why he said not to kill the spider, and therefore, by following this method, one day one can get the heavenly ruby. Celia, hearing this, was happy and hugged Noah, because he knows what others do not know. Then Noah said that they would go into the boss's lair again. Celia thought that they would return through the magic circle on the seabed where the snakes lived, and that was right, because Noah still needed to get the material for forging from the snake. And until the item drops, he will repeat this over and over again. It turns out that with this scheme of coming, injuring, getting an item, leaving, and repeating, Noah got himself a bunch of identical items from all places. Grandma Lulu and Uncle Jared can kill the boss in one hit, so they didn't know about this trick. Even a low-damage adventurer would require tremendous speed and stamina to perform so many sustained attacks and retreats, and only Noah can do that. Lulu even began to doubt that she was a great sage, and Lale even felt ashamed of the fact that she bore the name of a great thief. There are still many things unknown to them in this world, and there is something to strive for. Noah asked them not to lose heart because he had little damage, and so he discovered it completely by accident. Only Noah can so easily escape from the boss's attacks and stand on the teleportation circle. No one else can. That's why bosses are killed. Because you can't just go and kill the boss. The strange thing is that everyone tries to kill them and not run away. Lala and Lulu realized that it was too early for them to retire and that they were still newborn birds. Lalu was then tormented by one question. She asked Lulu if it was possible that their level had increased. Lulu, having checked, was surprised, because everything happened exactly like that. They increased their level by 4, and lately it had become really difficult to increase it, so she had forgotten about the levels. This story became very good knowledge for them, and not only. Chigir Mogur's party gains 5 times more experience thanks to his unique skill. It seems that this fluffy creature considered them as party members during the battle with the Fire Dragon Queen. Noah said he probably helped because he was right next to him. They stroked him, calling him a good fellow. But they were worried about something else. They didn't want to level up while being a burden and standing on the sidelines without fighting. After all, for the great sage and the thief, this was a great shame, and they said that this should not happen again. Black Morph was overcome with fear and tears. Noah asked his grandmothers to calm down because the fluffy one didn't want to do anything like that. Then Nomad approached him. He asked Noah again if there really was ore and materials here. And with these materials he forges swords and sickles. Noah confirmed this. He explained that these were just selected materials and ore. In other words, raw materials for forging. The ore needed to be smelted into pure metal, and the materials needed to be processed, and he asked where they had seen dragon scales sticking out of a weapon. They noticed this because they had never thought about how materials were used. In the ore itself, in addition to metal, there are various impurities. For this you need to smelt the ore in a furnace, then clean it of impurities. Only after this the ore becomes steel or orichalcum, and the blacksmith works with it. Other materials need to be crushed with a special magical tool, then turned into powder with a grinder, and then mixed with a weapon during forging. The grandmothers thanked him for the explanation. Once upon a time there was a furnace where he often went. After Omura's death, a man got injured there and closed himself off. Then a new furnace was opened called Brucella. He gave them ore for processing, and after them even excellent ore became second-rate metal. Of course, they smelted the ore into metal, but its purity was very low, and Nomad had to temper it a lot. For one sword, he needed 5 times more time than usual. And he also received much less metal than he gave him in ore. He needed to stop this as soon as possible. Of course, he thought about it too, but other forges could not take on the order of some one blacksmith. Due to his busy schedule working with large customers, he gave the ore for smelting for 2 swords, but the result was depressing. However, there are few forges that can work with orichalcum and adamantite, due to their irrelevance and difficulty in working with them. According to Nomad, the order to collect ore for forging is given by the Blacksmith Guild to the Adventurers Guild, and when enough ore is collected, the Adventurers Guild sends the ore to be smelted in the furnace, where the finished metal from the furnace goes to the Adventurers Guild, and then the Blacksmith Guild pays for the order. Ordinary blacksmiths buy metal from the Blacksmith Guild. Regardless of skills, many blacksmiths lay claim to such a rare metal, and due to the large number of people of all stripes who wanted it, Nomad, as a single blacksmith, had very little, and he had to search at the market. However, processed orichalcum, adamantite or obsidian was almost never found at the market. Even if there were, then a huge line of people wishing to buy it all up would form, as a result of which there was nothing left for Nomad. And then Omura suggested an option, to mine the ore ourselves and take it to the furnace for smelting. And while Nomad was busy, all the mined ore of Omura ran out. Noah was completely unaware of this. He was even a little ashamed that he complained to his child, but Noah thought that after his mother's death, he, who knew nothing except blacksmithing, was deceived into giving up all his ore and materials, and it was only after that that he began to drink. The grandmothers looked at each other and everything worked out for them. Noah asked how Nomad had handled Uncle Jer's order, and he said that he had asked Matt to exchange ore for metal. Since no one would recognize him, Matt would go to the guild and place an order, and that's how they got by. It was 2 or 3 times a year. Lala and Lulu didn't even suspect it. The ore that he mined and left in the warehouse, he gave to Matt. All this time he thought that his dad was selling ore for booze. Then Nomad asked which blacksmith would exchange ore for alcohol. Noah beamed when he heard this. It turns out his dad hasn't changed at all, the dad he and his mom loved. Although he often drank and had to find money to live, he also took the ore. The best blacksmith is still the same kind, simple, stubborn man. Despite the misfortunes, his father continued to work as a blacksmith, so he hugged his dad and apologized, because he was wrong about him. Nomad said everything was fine, but he was interested in something else. And he asked whom Noah had asked to smelt the obsidian. But Noah replied that he had not asked anyone to smelt obsidian. Nomad, when he heard that Noah had not given the ore to anyone for smelting, hoped that he had not used the ore in its raw form. After all, ore is just a stone. Without processing it will be just a stone that contains metal, bad or not, but the stone will not be able to take the form of a sword. But Noah only tells the truth. When it comes to blacksmithing, Nomad is merciless. Then Noah asked Lulu if Nomad's level had increased. This morning he said he was level 80, but now he's level 92, and he was offered to collect more ore with Noah. He returned from the lair of the Fire Queen of Dragons only thanks to Lulu's magical barrier, but if he had gone alone, he would have died. She understands, after all, that Nomad has neither offensive nor defensive skills. Then Noah said that he should have 12 skill points. He was asked to open the skills window. When he opened it, Noah told him to learn the metal detection skill. But this skill is the least in demand among blacksmith skills. Metal detection. The ability to detect metals. A self-respecting blacksmith should not rely on any skill to be able to distinguish metals. Papa Noah has a level of 80, but other blacksmiths rarely exceed a level of 10, so they have to spend points on more useful skills. No one is crazy enough to waste skill points on useless skills. But he personally needed it. When he started collecting ore, he was 8 years old, he did not know what iron, silver, tin, lead were, He had never seen orichalcum or mithril. He got these glasses thanks to Noah, which means he can use them. A little hesitantly, he still spent points on metal detection. Level 1 identifies tin and lead, Level 2 gold and silver, Level 3 titanium and mithril, Level 4 orichalcum and adamantite, Level 5 all existing metals. The maximum level is only 5, and upon reaching it you can learn the skill Identify Ore, and now he needs to learn the ore identification skill to the maximum, even if Nomad can identify ore without it. They spent 10 skill points on this, and there are still 2 points left. Nomad suddenly asked what it was. The skill window is not accessible to others, so he was asked to tell everything. If you learn metal identification to the maximum, the ore identification skill will be available. If you learn ore identification to the maximum, you can learn 2 skills. These 2 skills will be alloy definition and metal smelting. Everyone was surprised by this, and Nomad can now avoid using mediocre furnaces and smelt metals himself with the metal smelting skill. Nomad couldn't believe that he could now work as a blacksmith. He was very happy about this. Noah also added that he needed to raise the metal smelting skill level to 5, and then metal refining. This means that at level 2, he can only smelt tin and iron, Nomad asked. But it turns out that this is not. So the level of metal smelting affects the smelting time. At level 2, it will take quite a long time, but it can smelt orichalcum, and at level 5, the smelting will be instant. Quite a lot of time. Not 3 months. Now he can avoid resorting to useless forges, and he won't have to ask Matt. He then thanked Matt directly for his help, and grabbing Noah by the shoulder, he announced that he would continue forging. They somehow managed to learn metal smelting, but then they will level up metal refining to the maximum. Still, he'll have to take Nomad with him to the Fire Queen Dragon's lair several times. The black fluffy one can probably help too, even though he was scared just recently. Noah suggested that the grandmothers go with them to the Dragon Ridge. Even though Omura would be worried about Nomad, they would still have to drag him along with them. Then they looked at Nomad with predatory glances. The next couple of days they spent with their grandmothers on the Dragon's Ridge, and Noah's dad successfully raised metal smelting and metal refining to the maximum. The black fluffy one listened to their conversation and included his father in the group to gain experience. And by the way, they didn't go to Esty. It looks like Esty had something for Dad, but they had already asked her for help for the black fluffy one, and it would be impolite to ask again. It's been 2 days already. Nomad looked tired, and he asked why Noah was so cheerful. But now he decided to test his metal smelting skill. Just before that, they decided to finish what they started, and he asked to show the sickle for Terida. He only found out the day before yesterday that he was forging, and asked to show how he did it. He wanted to see it the day before yesterday, but he had to go with them to the Dragon's Ridge. Noah was worried that his dad would be watching him forge. He has been holding a hammer in his hands for 5 years now, and he thinks that he has not yet grown up to his father's level. He wanted to show him his skills. Deciding to continue, he remembered that Aunt Terida had said she wanted to get rid of the weeds. He took obsidian as a base, then added meteoric iron, titanium, and adamantite. He then took 4 materials: the scale of the dragon queen, the feather of the griffin, the honey of the queen bee, and the thorn of the manticore. He will fuse 4 types of metal. In their country, there are only 10 blacksmiths who can combine 2 metals, and Nomad is one of them. For some sickle, I added rare items from bosses. Apparently the world has gone crazy. First, he will fuse the metals used and, through purification, increase the purity of the final alloy. He began to use the skill, and a clean and neat ingot appeared on the spot. It was amazing. Even the cleaning took a second. And without becoming a blacksmith, Noah can earn money by cleaning metals. There will be good pocket money. But having finished with the metal, he began to work on materials. He would do this using the material forging skill, a skill they had never heard of. Same as smelting ore, it will turn the materials into powder. Usually it uses a grinder. Using the skill, the Dragon Queen's scales turned into powder. And again, he did everything in an instant. Everything happened so quickly that it's even interesting to watch it. Then he began to heat the oven. After the furnace is heated up to the required temperature, he places the melted metal parts on a spatula and then wraps them in wet paper. Sprinkle with the resulting powder from materials mixed with straw ash. And all this is carefully introduced into the oven. Then he blows through the whole thing and looks at the color of the metals. When they turn red, he takes them out. He hits them with a hammer several times. Then he sprinkles it with straw ash again and puts it back into the oven. Repeat this several times, and at some point, the 4 types of metal will merge into one piece. It collects the rebounding sparks and leaves them above the metal. Different things merge into one, fly apart and merge again, melt into a single mass from the hellish heat. Noah loved this moment. After a while, he grabs the finished part, and he dips it into the water to cool it down, and out comes the head of the sickle. It had a red blade, indicating that it was obsidian-based. A sickle made of 4 metals. It was even interesting how it cuts, and it also contains the honey of the queen bee. Suddenly it is sweet. But Noah stopped them, saying that they needed to work on the file and make a handle. Then he looked at his father. He was clearly unhappy about something. Nomad asked what this nonsense with skills and materials was. Stones and materials cry, because this is not all their power. On the Dragon's Ridge, one of the butlers was looking for Her Highness. It was Limda who then saw Lambda. He asked his brother where Her Highness had gone, as they needed to discuss plans for tomorrow. Lambda reported that Her Highness was bathing in magma and would emerge very soon. Since yesterday, Noah has been visiting the ridge with his group, and she asked Sebastian if he noticed this. Sebastian answered positively and asked if he should bring them to her. But she didn't need it. If he wanted to see her, he would have come himself, and most likely with his father. Inside, she hoped that Noah wasn't offended by her. And remembering her father, she asked Sebastian if that thing was ready. Sebastian replied that everything was ready and carefully stored. Hearing this, she stood up from the magma. She couldn't wait to show it to Noah and the divine blacksmith. Nomad kept saying that stones and materials were crying. Every day he takes 3 swords with him to collect ore. No wonder it all seemed strange to him. 30 minutes to make a sickle is monstrously little time, and apparently he does the same with swords. His work is not forging. He decided to start with the fact that there are 2 types of blacksmithing. The first is what he does, forging, when you hammer out metal. The second is casting, in which case molten metal is poured into a blank. It is suitable not for making weapons, but for example for cauldrons, bells, all kinds of figurines and decorations. Forging, in return for the time spent, gives a strong, durable, and effective blade, in short, suitable for weapons and knives. The mistake is not that he uses forging to make the sickle, but in the forging methods, he has neither knowledge, nor experience, nor skill. There is only his skills. Hearing all this, Noah burst into tears, and he said that his father doesn't teach him anything anyway and only criticizes. He said that blacksmithing is not taught. You have to watch, learn, and practice. But he apparently didn't learn anything. If he could, he would take up blacksmithing, adding that Noah was not yet old enough to handle a hammer. Noah said that if he didn't have even this blunt sword, he wouldn't be standing here alive. Lulu and Lala looked at each other and, realizing that this had to be stopped, poured water on them. They told them to calm down, because when it comes to forging, Nomad and Noah light up and told them not to forget what happened before, although it is obvious. But now they should try differently. Nomad will forge, and Noah will repeat, and so, little by little, Noah will take over his skill. Nomad sighed, deciding he needed to explain. Forging is, when you forge, it can take more than a week to make one sword. In his case, there is not enough forging. When you hit hot metal with a hammer many times, after a while the metal will succumb to the heat and become denser. Before the metal succumbs to the heat, it needs to be tempered, and for this to be effective, you need an assistant who will follow the blacksmith's instructions. Noah asked if he always worked himself, and he replied that he still had to look for students. And in any case, he asked to tell Noah about the metals for the sickle. The first one is obsidian. It has the characteristics of fire, so he thought it would be just right for getting rid of weeds with fire. Adamantite is very hard. He used it so that the sickle would not break longer. Meteorite iron goes well with obsidian, so he added it. And titanium for quantity, because if you mix several types of metal, the strength will increase, and his creations break easily. It was obvious that there was not enough hardening, and Nomad decided to ask about the materials. Dragon Scale increases durability, Fire Dragon Scale gives resistance to fire, Griffin Feather gives speed, Manticore Thorn increases damage and defense, and Queen's Honey softens metal. But Nomad asked why the sickle needs damage and softness. Noah said that adamantite is very hard, and without honey it would be impossible to give it shape. Nomad explained that the temperature was not enough, and asked again about the damage. Aunt Tarita will fight for them, protecting the field from the beasts that plunder it. Nomad even started to get a headache from this. Then he grabbed Noah by the shoulders. Now you don't have to worry about the ore and its smelting, because from now on he will train it well. and he will no longer be able to give Tarita an unfinished item. The next day had already arrived. They decided to go back. Nomad apologized to Lulu and Lala because he summoned them without even asking, but they didn't mind. They hadn't seen Noah's face for a long time. As a result, he returned to blacksmithing again, and Omura will be happy about it. And before they got back, they thought they should go get some incense sticks. Noah wanted to go with them. And on the way, he will give Aunt Tarita her sickle. Then Nomad also decided to go. He grabbed a bottle of alcohol with him. Lala asked him not to drink at the wake. But in reality, this bottle was for Omura. They came to the grave of Noah's mother, to Omura. Having placed incense sticks, they began to pray. Omura drank much more than Nomad when she was healthy. They all drank together in a friendly manner. When she got sick, she stopped drinking from that moment on. Noah thought about becoming an alcoholic like his dad. Lala wasn't even against it, and waited for him to grow up so they could drink together. Then Noah wondered where his father was now. Nomad poured alcohol directly onto the grave. He apologized for causing concern and said that everything was fine now. Since they had already come, they should go in and say hello to Tarite, they all thought, because it was still unknown when they would come next time. Regarding getting items from the boss in the dungeons, the grandmother said that only he is capable of such a method, but he thinks that they can do it without difficulty too. But they didn't agree, because even Lulu's weakest attack would kill the boss in 10 shots. Lala has enough speed, but she definitely doesn't have the stamina, and she won't be able to strike 100 times. Noah suggested that Grandma Lulu put up a magical barrier, and in the meantime Grandma Lala would attack, and when she got tired, she would approach Grandma Lulu. She can certainly use a simple barrier, and her damage isn't as high as Lulu's or Jer's, but bosses usually die within 20 hits. So Noah suggested that they make a weapon that reduces damage. After all, it is better to hit with a weapon that reduces damage than with bare hands. When he was looking, he accidentally found a material that reduces damage. Those that are on the map ran out, and it was difficult to find them. He was looking for them because Noah needed this material, or rather, Aunt Tarite and Sister Sherite needed it. Then he noticed Aunt Tarite in the field and called to her, saying that he would take her sickle. She heard this, stood up, and started waving back. The grandmothers remembered that the endless desert begins there, and it is impossible to cultivate a field in the territory of monsters. Tarite came up and asked Noah if he had finished making it already. The grandmothers were surprised when they saw that same Tarite. As it turned out, they knew each other. She is one of the few S-rank adventurers in this country, and has held the top spot for a long time. Her name is Winter Tarite. Noah didn't know that Tarite was an adventurer. In these places, there is a lot of snow in winter, so in winter the peasants go out to earn money. Because they have animals, the father cannot leave them, and so she became an adventurer. That's what Aunt Tarite told her. An S-rank adventurer is a peasant working as a laborer, so it became clear why she only appeared in winter. Noah knew she was strong and asked her if she could handle monsters like the field robber with one hand. She said that she had trained him to fight with a sword, and she would be ashamed if she couldn't handle the same monster that he handled every time. Nomad was surprised that Noah was trained by Tarite. Suddenly, Tarite looked at Nomad and greeted him after a long separation. And she explained that there was no chance for an unprepared 8-year-old child to return alive from the endless desert. When she first heard Noah's story, her hands immediately started itching. Noah defended his father, saying that he had been deceived by bad people and could not do blacksmithing. But now he could get the metals himself and could return to work. Moreover, they had just visited their mother's grave, and their father had told her about it. Nomad seemed to be forcing 14-year-old Noah to tell similar stories. Again, he went on a drinking binge again. Nomad, with a trembling voice, thanked Tarite for looking after Noah. Then Tarite asked what the great sage Lulu and the great thief Lala were doing here. They said that they were Noah's mother's party members and often played with him when he was little, and they also wanted to thank him on behalf of Omura for taking care of Noah. Omura and Nomad moved here 6 months before Noah was born, and she had no idea that Omura was an adventurer. Noah then remembered, and took out from his backpack the sickle that Tarite had asked for. He gave it to Tarita, who wanted to take a closer look at it. Taking the sickle, she began to examine it. Then she raised it to the sun to get a better look at it, and praised the work. And she said that Noah had clearly improved his skills. He said that Nomad had taught him to forge because he himself made complete slag. He apologized for supplying her with low-quality equipment all this time, but since he was going to study now, he would create an even more valuable sickle for her than this one. She stroked Noah's head and looked forward to this moment. And then she said that she should now use this sickle in action. Suddenly she swung and threw the sickle to the side. It spun at great speed and crashed into a nearby rock, creating a large explosion. Lulu asked what had happened. Terite explained that there were pests outside the fields who wanted to get in, and suggested going to look at them. They came for vegetables, but they are damn fat. On the other hand, they will have meat for dinner today. Since she killed him with Noah's sickle, she figured she would have to share, so she decided to cook Noah his favorite bacon. They headed towards the place where the sickle had landed. As she approached, it literally smelled like something was fried, apparently because of the obsidian in the sickle, and she even became worried about the carcass. When they approached, they saw that the wool was completely destroyed. The meat can still be eaten. This pest turned out to be the elder boar. Although it is not even a pest, but a real magical beast, and of quite a high rank, it is also painfully large, and despite the obsidian, it is just an agricultural tool. This sickle was not forged as a weapon, and it was still capable of crushing the elder boar in one blow. But Terite and Noah didn't even listen to them. They were more concerned about the delicious wild boar, or the pork fried with ginger. Terite thought about taking the carcass with her and selling it, despite its size. Then, in the distance, Lala saw someone approaching. It was another girl, similar to Terite, running, screaming Noah's name. It was that same little sister Sharite. She pounced on Noah because she smelled him, and he ran away from her again. Noah patted her on the shoulder because he was starting to get out of breath. Then Nomad approached Sharita, noticing how she had grown. She greeted him, but she was not very bothered, and asked not to remind him about it. And she slapped him so hard that he flew to the side. She asked again not to remind her about it. This middle name is not cute, and she wants them to stop calling her that. However, I noticed that these grandmothers are very cute, fluffy, and fly. Terite told Sharita that this was the great sage Lulu and the great thief Lala. Hearing this, Sharite apologized for her rudeness, but admitted that she envied them, since they were, after all, beastmen of the squirrel breed. She herself would have liked to be a squirrel, not a bear. But since she was Terite's daughter, she could not have been born a squirrel. She's so big and muscular, she helped keep an eye on the field, and somehow she became level 200, and when she registered in the guild, she was very surprised, and she also became the strongest of the newcomers. This is no longer a joke. Level 200 for Guardian of Fields is quite a lot, although they have high-ranking magical beasts here for pests. Apparently the local peasants all have the highest level in the kingdom. Then, Sharite asked Noah to make that thing she always asks for again, since she had recently broken hers. Nomad asked if Noah always sold that junk to people. Sharite immediately hugged Noah and said that it was not so, because no other blacksmith could forge it, so she asked Noah, and he replied that he would forge it for her as a practice, and no one else could except Noah. But Nomad didn't think that other blacksmiths couldn't make items like Noah. Sharite said that this is a fishing rod with an infinitely weak attack parameter and an infinitely slow speed parameter. Nomad asked if blacksmiths could even forge a fishing rod. He heard that a fishing rod is usually made of bamboo or wood, and blacksmiths also strive to make weapons with high attack and speed parameters. She explained that she had long dreamed of catching the master of the waters in a quiet lake. For this she fished in the rivers and swamps of that area, but ordinary fishing rods broke even from small fish. The Quiet Lake is a place that is located in the Bird Great Plain, and there is a territory of magical beasts, and after thinking for a while, he realized that the master of the waters of the Quiet Lake is the ichthyosaur. And already there is the largest of the ichthyosaurs, Temnodon, and the problem is that he is too cowardly. Despite his size, if you bring a weapon with high characteristics, he will not even show himself, and an ordinary fishing rod breaks immediately if she tries to put bait on it. Through trial and error, they came to the conclusion that they needed to make a fishing rod with an infinitely low attack parameter and an infinitely low speed parameter, but also as durable as possible, so she asked Noah to forge a fishing rod out of metal. She was asked what the point of low speed was. If you move quickly, it will run away. This is the reason why attack reduction materials are needed. Sharite asked Noah if he was able to make a weapon that reduces attack, but now this material is in the warehouse. She immediately thanked him for this, because now she would finally be able to get even with Dark Dawn. Only Noah told how he showed his dad how he forged for the first time, and his dad said that he was really bad, and now he doesn't even know if he should give her such slag. Sharite said that this was not true, and his rod held for a long time. although it was still a little short. Then she looked at Nomad. He confirmed what he had said, and he was glad that Noah was finally learning the craft of a blacksmith, and Noah still tried his best to do what she needed. This is how a blacksmith's spirit should be. As he said before, Noah is self-taught in blacksmithing, but if he trains properly, he can definitely surpass himself. His skills and physical strength have increased slightly, and in about 6 months he will be able to forge good products. And then again, let Sharite ask to forge this fishing rod, Nomad asked. Sharite, waving her hands, said that there was nothing wrong with it, since she herself asked for it, although Noah didn't even take money from them, since these were samples. Next time his dad finally admits his gun, they'll pay money and become his clients. But they already had to go home, said the grandmother. Noah offered to take them to the stagecoach. The waiting area for the stagecoach is here. The capital's just huge. You can't even remember the roads. Then Noah saw people in bright red clothes, and they seemed painfully familiar. As it turned out, it was Esti, the queen of the fire dragons in the human city. They already thought that the queen had come to destroy the royal capital, but this was complete nonsense. She had no intention of turning the city where Noah lives to ashes. A few days earlier, he had been on the ridge, but he had not come to see her, so she decided to come and see him herself. Noah didn't want to upset her, but apparently it turned out quite the opposite. Esti didn't quite understand what that meant. Then he realized, apparently it was awkward on his part to ask her to raise her father's level. Noah apologized for not explaining anything. If they were done with their business, they were asked to return to their place. The presence of such a great magical beast in the capital of the kingdom terrifies Grandma Lulu. It is quite unheard of that Esti is considered as an ordinary beast. She is a heavenly beast. There are only 5 of them in the whole world. They are an order of magnitude higher than ordinary magical and spiritual beasts. Noah started praising Esti for this. She liked it. But this was the first time the grandmothers heard this fact, that the Queen of Fire Dragons is a heavenly beast. This means the other 4 beasts are the Wind Dragon, Water Dragon, Earth Dragon, and Wood Dragon. Esti only corrected me about the Earthen one, because it's a little different. She knew that there were 5 heavenly beasts in the world. It had been documented since ancient times. But she had spent many years trying to figure out what these heavenly beasts were by participating in academic debates, but the answer was never found. But knowing it now would literally revolutionize the world of magic. Noah then turned to Esti and asked if the sky beasts could bypass the royal law prohibiting having a beast other than the specified ones, and asked if everything would be okay. She said that everything was fine on the contrary because she was a heavenly beast. Even they don't know how to treat the heavenly beasts, and whether they can consider their company as magical beasts. They didn't really know either. But Lambda told Limda not to rush. She always thought that the queen was the strongest class of magical beasts. It remains to be seen if they were caught by the magical beast detection device installed by the kingdom. Apparently there is such a thing, because it is impossible to put up a barrier that would protect the entire radius of the capital from the penetration of magical beasts. Therefore, they installed many devices to detect at least high-ranking magical beasts around the entire perimeter of the capital. The boy Jer installed them about 10 years ago. It was quite prudent. At that moment, Gerald sneezed because he was remembered. Then Noah noticed the people around them staring at them, and he said that they really stood out here and suggested coming to their home. They didn't mind because they were going there anyway. A way that would allow Esti to visit the capital without hindrance, he thought. And then suddenly he offered to sign a taming contract with him. Everyone was shocked by this. He got a tamer's license for the fluffy one, and since he's at level 5, he can tame 4 more. Sebastian was surprised and asked the lady what she would do. It was very curious. After all, the man is telling her, the beast, to become his subordinate. He said that everything would be fine. If the need for the contract disappeared, then she could break it at any time. The taming contract implies that if the owner's level is lower than the tamed beast, then the beast takes the initiative. When visiting the capital, Estiki can unilaterally immediately conclude a taming contract with him and also immediately break it when leaving. In this way, she can visit the human state without hindrance. She asked the great sage if she was under the contract. The detection device would not react to her. She answered positively, so there is no problem. But Lambda was angry about this and threw the gauntlet at Noah. Noah took the glove, saying that Lambda dropped it, but he said that he threw it on purpose, and no matter how close he was to Her Majesty, he would not tolerate such humiliation. He challenged him to a duel. If he won, They would offer their deepest apologies for their rudeness. Lambda tried to stop Lambda, but he didn't listen. The dignity of the fire dragons was at stake, and if this human child looked down on them, then the other dragons would also look down on them. Sebastian asked what the lady would do with the boy. She was curious to watch their duel. There was some truth in Lambda's words, and she asked him to prove his case with his actions. Because that's how fire dragons do it, she said, but no one knew she was just curious. After a while, they were standing in the forest opposite each other. They were worried if Noah would be okay. Even though the enemy was in human form, he was still a dragon, but since he fought the Dragon Queen, then everything should be fine. Noah apologized for making them walk home, but Lambda didn't care where they fought. In front of the difference in strength, the advantage of terrain would not matter. Since his sword breaks immediately, Noah asked to use 2 swords. Lambda did not mind, because the result would be the same. So if both of Noah's swords break, or he can't get up anymore, then he loses, but if he lands at least 1 sword strike on Lambda, then Lambda loses. Then Lambda took out only the handle of the weapon. Noah said that it wouldn't work that way, but Lambda told him not to worry. Suddenly, something started to appear from their handles, and he created a sword from flame. Esti asked if they were ready, and then announced the start of the duel. Suddenly, Lambda rushed forward straight at Noah, but he managed to dodge. Lambda praised him for this, as expected from Noah. It was his first time fighting Lambda in his human form, and he couldn't predict his moves. Even with the equipment appraisal skill, he couldn't see its characteristics. It was probably some kind of magic, and it definitely wasn't a sword. Then there must be some special effect, and now he is not looking for resources. It should be easy to deliver 1 blow, and that means he does not need sword skill or strength. Speed was important here, so he rushed forward at great speed. This time, Noah takes the initiative and was about to strike Lambda, but Lambda was able to block his blow. It was too hot next to him, when suddenly he noticed that Lambda's blade began to disappear. And Noah's sword passed right through Lambda's blade. The first half of the blade fell behind Lambda's back. The first blade is broken. The blade of this sword is flame, and it has no specific shape. Noah assumed that he was unusual, so this would be a big problem. It seemed unfair, but in reality it was fine. It was a known ability of fire dragons, and Lele was curious what Noah would do. It seemed like crossing swords wouldn't work, and he'd have to run around like when he fought Esti, and then he'd have a chance to strike. Lambda guessed Noah's thoughts that if he relied on speed, he would be able to strike. Quite naive, because his flame is dragon fire. Suddenly, he fired a stream of fire from the handle. In other words, he can choose the area of destruction himself, and Lambda asked him if Noah would take back his words about Her Majesty. It was very hot. Literally the entire forest was about to burn to the ground. So Esti gave the order to Sebastian, and he began to cast a spell. And he created a huge ball of water, which he then blew into the sky to extinguish the fire around him. It was surprising that the fire dragon used water magic. Sebastian will take care of the aftermath of the battle, so that the two can fully focus on the duel. In such a fierce battle, they don't need to worry about the little things, so they fought with all their might. They looked into each other's eyes, and Noah saw Lambda swing back to strike, and he jumped up to dodge Lambda's stream of fire. When Noah landed, he exhaled, and Lambda smirked. Noah asked what was funny about that. He replied that although Noah was of a high level, he was still a human child, and all his skills were blacksmithing. From the very beginning, he was not an enemy to the fire dragons. It is clear that Her Majesty was playing with him. In other words, Noah is still alive, thanks to luck. And if suddenly he doesn't understand this, then he will make you remember why everyone is afraid of dragons. Noah realized what was going on. Esti and Lambda can't constantly attack with big flames, and there's probably a reason for that. Maybe it was breathing, Noah thought. After the fire attack, the fire from his sword disappears, just a little, but it takes time for the fire to reignite on the sword. So this gap leaves Lambda defenseless for a moment. After the fire attack, Noah instantly found himself behind Lambda. He knew that Noah would try to attack during this gap, and that he would sneak up from behind too. But even without a sword, the dragon's claws are superior to the sword in terms of fighting qualities. Noah knew that if he broke the second sword, he would lose. He parried the blow with his claws. But Lambda saw that the sword remained in place and did not break. He had already struck the first broken sword, and Lambda wondered when he had managed to pick it up. And Noah put his sword to Lambda's chin. He exhaled, because he was sure that he would be able to do this at all. Nomad asked what the result was. Was it really a draw? But Esti said that wasn't true. Lambda recognized his speed, keen eye, and insight, the qualities of a talented warrior among humans. But will that help against a serious-minded dragon? Lambda asked. And his sword flared up again in a stream of fire in an instant. What humans don't have is the absolute power of destruction of the dragon. And then Lambda asked how Noah would cope with this. Losing your temper was a pretty bad habit, Sebastian noted, but even Noah wouldn't get away with it unscathed. Esti decided to ask Noah one thing. When concluding a tamer contract with her, she can penetrate into the center of the royal capital and can easily capture the castle. In addition, he is going to give up the authority of the tamer. From the very beginning, he did not want to control her. And what was his benefit, she asked. Noah said that she could destroy the entire capital from her mountain if she wanted, and his benefit was that she could come to him at any time, and for him that was quite enough. After listening to him, she laughed loudly. She understood him and immediately agreed to become his pet. Everyone was shocked. Esti then asked to lower Lambda to lower the sword, because she accepted this duel. He asked why Her Majesty cared so much about the human boy, but not about him at all. Apparently, this was the main reason for the duel. Lambda then promised Noah that one day they would dot the I's and cross the T's. When it was all over, Esti walked up to Noah and told him to get ready and reached for his head. A message came to his mind that an offer had been received from a high-ranking beast to tame, and the choice was between the words yes and no. Noah naturally chose yes. Suddenly, he felt like he was struck by electricity, and he lost his balance a little and almost fell, but Nomad managed to catch him. Noah was already fine, and Esti was amazed that he actually accepted her. Lulu looked at him with even more shock, because Noah's taming level had increased to level 100. Just recently, he was only level 5, but thanks to the Fire Dragon Queen, his level was forcibly raised to 100. Esti noted that there was truth in Noah's words, and now she was officially his pet animal. Noah was a little confused about what this meant. She recently said that she was a heavenly beast, not a magical one. To tame a magical beast, you need 1st level of taming. To tame a spiritual beast, you need 10th level of taming. And for heavenly beasts, you need 100th level. Usually, humans' taming level does not exceed 9, not to mention the heavenly beasts. They are not even able to tame a spiritual beast, by the way. They, the heavenly beasts, have a secret technique to become the henchmen of those they recognize. The tamer must give the truth to the heavenly beast. If his truth is not false, then in this case, the tamer's level will adjust to the heavenly beast, something like a test. Esti was asked what would happen if Noah's truth turned out to be false. She replied that he would simply be torn to pieces from the inside. It turns out that in order to have Esti as his assistant, he needed taming level 100, and Noah asked what would happen to Sebastian and the others, since it would be awkward to ask them to leave. Sebastian and the other high dragons are spirit beasts, so they can do it just like her. So they walked up to Noah and held out their hands. Something terrible is happening to Noah's level, and they just decided to keep up with him. Lambda doesn't even try to hide his displeasure. Finally, they were all now in the kingdom legally. He was afraid that Uncle Jer would fly in right now. Esti asked who it was. Noah explained that it was his mother's little brother and he was the king now, so he told Esti that they couldn't shoot fireballs into the king's castle. But, fortunately, Esti does not approve of the barbaric habits of attacking everyone, but if they attack her themselves, then it will be a different story. Then, as if by a click, she was glad that now she could walk around the royal capital without fear and enjoy fashionable things and delicacies. Apparently, she ended up here purely because she came for shopping. Although she came not only for shopping, but also to visit Noah, of course. Then she snapped her fingers and asked Sebastian to bring it. In an instant, Sebastian created something out of the fire in his hand. It was a small suitcase. In fact, Esti came to ask for a favor from the divine blacksmith that Noah recognizes, and asked to show his skill to them. And opening the suitcase, Nomad saw a stone inside, which he immediately recognized. Noah had never seen such an ore, and he wondered what it was. Then he used the ore identification skill. It was hihirokane, a light yet hard metal that has good thermal conductivity, shines like the sun, and is cold to the touch. Grandmothers Lala and Lulu were also shocked by the metal they saw. As expected of Noah, you can tell at a glance, and all thanks to the metal detection skill at max level, which can detect all the metals in the world, a very convenient skill. Esti asked if there were any problems, since she had even prepared the material for the order. And she asked Nomad, the divine blacksmith, if he would accept her order. Hihirokane is an ancient metal, and he couldn't even think that he would ever see her like this. For him, this is the highest honor, he told the Dragon Queen. Then he got down on one knee. This metal only appears in myths, not to mention legends, and he gladly accepted her order. She asked him to create a weapon befitting the name of the Fire Dragon Queen. Nomad decided to clarify what kind of weapon exactly. Asked if it was a short or a long sword, or maybe a spear or a staff, perhaps a battle axe. But Esti replied that she had already voiced her order. A suitable weapon for her from Hihirokane. That's all the conditions. And if anything else is required from her, she can provide adamantite, orichalcum, and even a branch of the world tree. And she also wished to oversee the entire process of forging this weapon until completion, and asked to be careful until next time. On such good terms, he already knows what will happen if she is not satisfied with the final result. So I told him to prepare well for such an occasion. Noah told Esti that everything would be fine and that Dad would definitely forge a great weapon. Even though Noah praises his father so much, can he really handle Hihirokane? After all, they say that Hihirokane is a living metal, and the amazing thing is that Hihirokane itself decides whether the blacksmith is worthy of wielding it, and if the blacksmith's skills are not up to par, the metal will not take the desired shape. For example, if he doesn't like the shape of the sword, it will gradually change its shape until it reaches its original shape. Initially, her mother owned this stone. At that time, it was an unusually beautiful flamberge. But after the death of her mother, when it passed to her, over the course of 20 years it gradually and finally turned into stone. Most likely, the flamberge is not suitable for her, and she decided to clarify one more thing so that they would understand. She doesn't like him. She said it outright. After all, he made Noah suffer and just received his love, simply by being his father. She wanted to tear him to pieces that time, but she is a queen, and a queen must be patient. So she gives Nomad a chance, and if the stone doesn't change its shape, then his life will come to an end. Even if he forges the weapon well, the time it takes for him to turn back into stone will reflect his lifespan, and the moment Hihirokane completely turns into stone, she will take his life. And she asked. She is very merciful. Noah wanted to make Esti say such bad things, but Nomad stopped him and asked him not to stop her, because he wanted to do it. He saw his expression light up like it had in the old days, a face filled with enthusiasm for blacksmithing, something he and his mother had loved. So he grabbed Esti's hand and thanked her wholeheartedly for it. This is a memory of her mother, and he said to give this jewel to his father, because Nomad will definitely forge the best weapon in the world, and he will help him with this. Esti thought Noah would whine about it, but there is no point in this, because he and Nomad are now filled with enthusiasm and are very happy, because they will be working with a very unusual stone. Noah is ahead of Nomad in this regard. Now he feels great joy. Since he is dealing with Hihirokane, he is not at all against putting his life on the line. And he also thanked the Dragon Queen, because he would not have seen a stone of such caliber even if he had been reborn 10 times. As they say, the apple doesn't fall far from the tree, and the grandmothers even became interested in what was left of Omura in Noah. Lambda called Nomad weird, as if he didn't understand that his life was literally at stake right now. Lambda agreed with him. He was too carried away. Nomad realized that he needed to find out what to forge from Hihirokane, and decided to start tomorrow. Then he asked permission to ask Her Majesty something, and he asked to provide exactly the same stone. Suddenly, Lambda pinned Nomad against a tree, holding him by the throat. Lambda asked his brother to calm down. Lambda said that apparently Nomad wanted to refuse the order only because of a lack of resources, although he was so happy about this stone that it was very low. But Nomad said that in a recent conversation it had been stated that one stone would only be enough for one flamberge, and that would not be enough for the weapon he wanted to forge for Her Majesty. Sebastian ordered Lambda to release the blacksmith. Because it is a bet between the mistress and the blacksmith, if he wishes to receive punishment, the mistress will provide it. After these words, he let go of Nomad, who began to cough. Esti said not to worry because she already said that Hihirokane was alive, and if necessary, he would increase his size. She heard that before her mother, this small piece of ore was a huge battle axe. She asked if she needed anything else. Nomad apologized and asked her for her fang, saying that it might come in handy. The enraged Lambda was held back by Sebastian, and Esti only asked why. Nomad shared that he knew that the forging material Dragon Fang gave a significant increase in damage, especially since this weapon was intended for Her Majesty. A piece of Her Majesty should be used in the manufacture. SD expressed admiration for his courage and agreed to give it to him. Reaching into her mouth, she broke a fang from her jaw. The fang in human form is smaller in size compared to dragon form, but the power in it is in a more compressed state. It was the first time Noah had seen the Dragon King's fang, but for now it would be enough for Nomad, and he was very grateful to her. Then Esti flew into the sky with her family. Noah asked her not to be seen by people when they flew, and having said goodbye to the divine blacksmith, she flew away into the distance. Once at home, Nomad was asked what he would do next. Will he fuse Hihirokane with another metal, or will he still take obsidian? Or if, judging by strength, it would be better to take adamantite, and the Dragon King's fang and the Dragon Queen's scale will probably serve as additives. Then Nomad asked Noah to look here. He had something to tell. Apparently, it was something important. He wanted to tell him the secret of metalworking. Fusion is a skill he leveled up that he scolded him for yesterday. Nomad was about to give an answer as to why he, who could only use dual alloy and dual supplement, was called a divine blacksmith and could forge legendary class weapons. But Noah, with the help of the 4-metal alloy, was able to reach only the special class. Weapons are divided into consumer goods, master, masterpiece, rare, legendary, and mythical. There is also a special, which stands out among the other classes. In terms of value, it is at a level between masterpiece and master. He thought it was because of his inexperience in blacksmithing, and he asked his dad if he had some special way. This requires not only the ability to forge, but also special skills, and, most importantly, intuition, although even this does not always work out. He understands that this is too much, but this time, if he fails, he will not live. So he asked Noah to study forging, learn from experience, and achieve the secret of metal alloying. It's like he's leaving a will, but then Nomad said that this is it, because the Queen of the Fire Dragons said that this might be his last work. Noah asked if he agreed because he was confident in himself, and he said that it was the first time he had ever seen Hihirokane. It turns out that Nomad may die. Noah asked him why he didn't refuse. He said that there would be no second chance, and he wanted to challenge this divine metal. Noah was blinded by the greatness of Hihirokane and did not notice that his dad knew what he was getting into and agreed to the bet. Nomad could have died because of a mistake. He naturally won't demand a perfect result from Noah. Even if he bet his life on it, it would be enough. And Nomad left everything to Noah. Without hesitation, Noah accepted his father's words. And he asked what the secret of fusion was. Nomad reminded him of the moment when he forged a sickle for terite, take obsidian as a base, and add meteorite iron of suitable parameters to it, and to increase the strength, he added adamantite there, and then titanium. He asked why he added titanium. Nomad reminded him that this was to obtain an alloy of 4 metals. If you add only obsidian, meteorite iron, and adamantite, then you will get only an alloy of 3 metals. Since there is a skill of alloying several metals, why not use it? Such a judgment is always bound to fail. Noah didn't understand what was going on then, and asked him if it was really necessary to forge one type of metal when one had the skill to fuse several metals, and he turned out to be right. One type of metal in double quantity, that is, to fuse one type of metal with the skill of fusion, and that is the way of God. Noah stood outside and noticed the dragon starting to approach. As she flew up, Esti noticed his confident expression. He told them to get ready because they were going to create the best weapon in the world. Inside, Nomad was working near the stove, the fire was burning, and the air was heating it up even more. Noah came in and announced to everyone that Esti and the others had arrived, but Nomad paid no attention to them. Lambda asked why he wasn't meeting the customer, to which Noah explained that his father was currently in blacksmith mode, and therefore couldn't hear any extraneous sounds. When Nomad took the metal out of the furnace, Esti was already unbearable because it was beginning. The forging of Hihirokane began. Everyone held their breath and began to watch Nomad and his work. Noah was surprised when he heard about the single metal alloy. An alloy is a mixture of 2 or more different metals. But the alloy from one metal was possible, thanks to the skill. Besides, here cunning and instinct are needed, but not the instinct of a blacksmith, but the instinct when using the skill. If he does this, it will be like using one type of metal, but not an alloy. In this case, for Noah, who relies on skills, this task will be just right. Even if he teaches it to him, there is no one in the world who has mastered it. He tried to test a blacksmith who mastered the alloy of 2 metals, but he failed. Moreover, they began to call him a liar and a heretic. He had different views with the Blacksmith Guild. This was the reason why the guild stopped supplying him with rare metals. That's why he was treated so poorly despite his nickname as the Divine Blacksmith who forges legendary class weapons. It turns out that only Nomad can do this. Noah admired him, but this time he wanted to do it that way, so he asked Esti for the same amount of material. Unlike the alloy of two metals, when one metal is alloyed, its quantity is greatly reduced, although Esti said that Hihirokane himself can change his quantity. Probably, with ordinary forging it will multiply by itself, and what will happen if they use special double alloying, they did not know until they tried. By the way, they understood about alloying one type of metal, but they asked how double fusion differs from forging one type of metal. Then Nomad asked Noah what the point of the rafting was. He replied that it increases the strength rather than taking only one type of metal, and the alloy acquires all the properties of the combined metals: fire from obsidian, affinity with magic from mithril, hardness from adamantite. If you combine unsuitable materials, you can lose all the properties altogether, and you can also get effects that the original metals do not have. Noah was pretty good at it because he learned it from a book that was in his mother's room. Usually an alloy of metals implies addition of effects, and an alloy of one metal gives its multiplication. If the attack effect of the metal was initially weak, then the increase will be insignificant, but the more powerful the attack effect of the metal, the more devastating the damage in the end than if they used normal forging. Dual alloys of one metal specialize in increasing damage, while the durability and speed depend on the metal itself and the skill of the blacksmith. For example, adamantite, if you fuse it with it, then of course its damage will increase, and the protection and durability will be incredible. But also, such a weapon will be colossally heavy. This is because the peculiarity of the metal will also manifest itself in this. Lulu understood everything, and reminded Nomad that Noah had remelt, and he could remelt as much as he wanted. But Nomad said that remelting would be useless. Even though it wasn't his skill, he told Esti that he would help him. Nomad thanked him for his zeal, but it wouldn't work this time, and all because of the Dragon Queen's fang. Remelting returns metals to their original state, and the used materials disappear. A human-sized fang, no matter how you look at it, will only last for 2 attempts. It would be a shame to lose the Dragon Queen's fang. If this fang was from her dragon form, then we could forge as many swords as we want, but regardless of the materials, in the end it will be a legendary class weapon. And also, it needs to correspond to the divine. The legendary will not be enough. This means that a mythical weapon needs to be forged. Everyone was surprised by this. The grandmothers asked if Nomad was in his element, because since the dawn of civilization there had not been a single person who had forged a mythical class. Because weapons made by the blacksmith god are mythical, so they say in the world. But Nomad is only a man, and he will certainly face God's punishment. Nomad tried to calm down Grandma Lalu and Lulu because they were dealing with divine metal and divine fang. If he couldn't forge a mythical class from these materials, then it would be the end. A special dual fusion of Hihirokane and Hihirokane, and to that, a special dual edition of the Dragon Queen's fang. And they will receive, perhaps never before seen by anyone, the birth of a new mythical class. They asked what the special double edition meant. He explained that by adding materials, the weapon would acquire a strictly defined effect with unchanged characteristics, even if many materials were used. It would not make any changes, so leaving the Dragon Queen's fang for a second try would be the same as simply throwing it away in the remaining try. Typically, when using double edition, 2 different materials are used, and if using quadruple edition, then 4 different metals are used. This means it is the same as special double fusion. Noah understood everything. Nomad knows how to make a special double alloy from one metal. Then he also knows how to make a special double addition from one material. He asked if his father could really do that, but he only made a face and did not answer right away. He just decided to start explaining to him what and how. But Noah thought that his dad had never done this. He said that he had, and even successfully, but it was only once. The 3 of them surrounded him and asked him to tell the truth. Nomad said that he did, but only in addition. But he did not try to do them simultaneously, both addition and fusion. They asked how this was possible. Besides, it was the first time he would do it. Completely recklessly, they wanted to stop him. With the double fusion of Hihirokane, even the fang of the Dragon Queen and the scales of the Dragon Queen would pass for mythical. But for Nomad, okay doesn't mean go, and this time he has to put his all into this weapon. With such confidence, a legendary class is born, And a mythical class requires absolute confidence. If there is any doubt, even a legendary class will be far away. There is no room for luck or chance in blacksmithing. It is skill and spirit. A strong soul cannot forge a perfect sword, and it is time for him to step out of his comfort zone. He can't be called a real blacksmith now, so it makes sense to risk his life. Noah and the grandmothers looked at him and he smirked. He realized that Dad would put all of himself into this weapon. But what he would still create would be difficult, even if he created the best sword. But suddenly it would not suit Esti, then Hihirokane would return to its original form. Nomad decided what the partisan would do. A partisan is a spear, a stabbing weapon with a long handle. Lala asked if it was suitable for the Queen of Fire Dragons. But she was corrected. They said that she had presented it incorrectly. Because the partisan is not shaped like a spear, it is 1.8 meters long, and a third of it, that is 60 centimeters, is a blade, a spear for cutting down enemies. It came to mind when she fought Noah. She is an absolute power. It does not suit her to cross swords as if they were equal. It suits her better to cut down many enemies at once with her overwhelming power. That's what she is. The Queen of the Fire Dragons of Estelord. 60 centimeters was not bad, because the Queen of Fire Dragons is tall and strong. If the partisan is 2.5 meters long, then I would like to extend the blade to 1 meter and put a handle in the middle of the blade for gripping, in order to better wield the partisan. The problem is whether the amount of Hihirokan will increase. If you focus on this, they will never start with decoration, and the handle will be made of wood. He didn't think that Hihirokane would approve of alloying it with another metal or wood, so he thought of making the handle out of Hihirokane as well. A spear 2.5 meters long was forged only from this stone. The fire blazed more and more. Nomad was more focused on work than ever. He could only prepare the coal, but there was also the sound of a hammer focused on forging, and perhaps this is the only chance to adopt Dad's skills. A forging of Nomad, on which his life depends, has begun. The metal heats up very quickly. Then he took a hammer and hit the metal with it. When he lifted the hammer, he saw something on the piece. Before you draw it out, you need to harden it. It cools better than orichalcum. As expected from Hihirokane, it was very curious. He repeated the procedure many times throughout the day. Esti asked what he was doing. Noah replied that Nomad was allocating a portion for the blade and for everything else. After heating, it should be cooled quickly, because the part of the metal containing a high amount of carbon will be separated by impacts, and the part with a low amount of carbon will remain, and this will go under the blade. A very stupid idea, because this is Hihirokane, the Dragon Brothers noted. But when Nomad looked at the metal, he saw that nothing had separated. Nomad put Hirokane down and looked at him. Noah asked what he was going to do with him. Wasn't he going to break him into pieces? He replied that he heard Hihirokane saying that he didn't want to split into parts. And again he hears the voice of metal. Noah thought that since it was living metal, maybe that was why it didn't want to break. Nomad then pointed to it, saying that this was the one. But that's right, he's alive. Of course he doesn't want to break into pieces. Maybe he doesn't want to climb into the fire, Noah thought. Perhaps he is like the fire dragons. He is not bothered by the heat. Esti confirmed this, although she was asked to watch her language. Maybe he can also absorb heat like a salamander. In another case, they could now crush the metal and, under the influence of heat, with hammer blows, reunite the metal together. Alloying involves combining several types of metal into one. What Dad said alloy from one metal is breaking the metal into two parts and then combining it again as two different types of metal using the alloy skill. If it is impossible to split Hihirokane, then what will Nomad do? Will he really refuse the special double fusion and go to fuse with adamantite? Or he will fuse something that cannot be fused in principle using a special double fusion? Or he will try to break Hihirokane into two parts? Then Nomad, after much thought, took Hihirokane in his hands. Noah asked what was the matter. Was he really going to give up the special double alloying and forge, as usual, without the alloy? Typically, the broken metal is driven into the furnace after being wrapped in wet paper, and the materials mixed with straw, ash, and dirt are poured in. Dad's actions do not match the norms for alloying and for adding materials. Esti found it interesting that he decided to just burn him. Suddenly, Noah saw that Hihirokane began to shrink. But indeed, Nomad said that with successful special double alloying, the metal will be greatly reduced. He succeeded, but Noah couldn't understand how at all. Nomad asked Noah if he was ready. He nodded and took the hammer in his hands. And together with his father, he began to forge Hihirokane. Esti noticed the beautiful view and how the fire was happy. The fire loved Noah's father. Then Sebastian asked Esti to look more closely, and she saw that Hikirokane began to grow. It turns out that Kikirokane recognized him. Liamda began to ask Her Majesty how this was possible. They were ordinary people, but Esti shut him up and made him watch. He too can understand that fire rejoices. The fire was very beautiful, so they continued to hit Hihirokana with hammers until the evening. It has already become quite large in size, and Nomad said that this amount would be enough, so they would finish it for today. Noah fell to the ground, and the grandmothers came up to him and asked what was wrong. He shouted that he was very hungry. Esti just laughed at this sight. Noah had no time for cooking now, but besides him, there is no one who knows how to cook. How could I be left without food after such work? He whined. Lulu asked Lala if she should buy him anything, but she replied that it was already too late. The local shops had long since closed since the sun had set. Esti noted that it was quite problematic to be human, because dragons could go a whole month without eating and nothing would happen to them. Suddenly, someone knocked on the door and a voice asked if Noah was home. It was Teraite. She heard that from today on he would be busy with forging, so she thought that he would have no time to cook. And she made him a bacon pot au feu from that wild boar. Hearing about this and seeing the food, Noah just hugged Teraite, telling her how much he loved her. They all sat down at the table to eat bacon pot au feu, and Nomad stood at Hihirokane. The special double fusion was successful, but it is unknown whether he will retain the shape of the weapon or not. So that was just the beginning. Nomad could lift Hihirokan with one hand. Although it has increased in size, it has not affected its weight in any way, but this does not mean that it has lost strength. It still feels quite dense. This morning in the workshop, Noah looked for pieces of metal that fly off with sparks, but he did not find any. Still, what an amazing metal Hihirokane is. It has its own will. It's like it's alive. It doesn't want its part to be separated from it. Noah continued to hit Hihirokane with a large hammer on an anvil. A long handle began to emerge, and Lambda thought he wanted to make a spear. They completed another day of hard work on metal. Noah even developed obvious calluses on his hands. At that moment, Aunt Terite came in with a saucepan in her hands. Today she has with her rye bread and stew made from the milk of their cows, bread that has just been baked, and milk that has just come from the cow. Esti was not familiar with the fact that cow's milk can be used in other ways than just for sweets. Teraite suggested that the queen try it too. She then suggested that Noah make porridge with lots of cheese from the bread if he didn't want to eat it, but Noah didn't mind. Today the grandmothers were supposed to be busy with dinner and preparing the bath, but he noticed some kind of smell. He quickly ran into the kitchen and saw the grandmothers and burnt dishes nearby. Noah started to complain. He asked them not to use magic when cooking, but they started to assure him that they didn't even try. They were lucky that Aunt Terite brought food. When suddenly, they said that the bathroom was the same. Apparently even Mistress Lulu and Mistress Lala have weak spots. And Terite offered them to use her bath. Esti, who overheard the conversation, became interested in the human bath. So without thinking, she decided to try sitting in one. Noah and Nomad were waiting in line for the bath, and noticed how Esti was becoming more and more accustomed to human culture. And this was only due to Noah. Sebastian was standing nearby and said that Her Majesty usually took a magma bath, so this was quite unusual for her. He sat down a little, offering them tea. Noah took the mug. Then Sebastian asked Noah what he thought of the lady. He clarified in what sense. What he means is that Noah likes the lady and treats him specially. Even now, she brought Hihirokane, an artifact that was passed down from generation to generation, and Noah should know about her feelings, so he asks what he thinks about it. Noah asked if everything would be okay if they became spouses, since he was a human being. Sebastian understood everything, so he decided to start by telling more about the dragons. To start, he asked Noah if he had ever met another female dragon. Noah didn't know, because dragons are hard to tell apart from males and females, but he said he probably hadn't. In each dragon species, only one female can lay eggs: fire, wind, earth, and water dragons, and only 4 queens can lay dragon eggs. This was the first time Noah had heard about this, and it was understandable, since it was secret information among dragons. If other races find out about this, they may try to attack the queens in order to destroy the dragons as a species. Nomad interrupted his story, as he had heard that the wind dragons had a king, but not a queen. A very good knowledge he had, Sebastian noted. It is very rare for a male to become the king of dragons. Usually he is the husband of a female who can lay eggs. This happens if the female dragon does not want to rule, then the duties are transferred to her husband. It is also true that 2 generations ago, the lady had a queen with a peaceful nature, unusual for fire dragons, and her husband played the role of king, and also, when the queen realizes that the power of laying eggs is lost, she begins to lay an egg with a successor. When the egg with a successor hatches, the former queen gradually begins to age, and by the time the successor becomes an adult, she dies. Noah understood everything, but asked why he needed to tell such important information to him. It was for Noah to become the lady's consort. Noah couldn't believe that he was entrusting such an important role to him, an ordinary person. But Sebastian explained that race didn't matter. The most important thing is that the queen recognizes him as her husband. A large role is assigned to the queen herself. The queen's egg-laying is more like parthenogenesis. The husband's cells are captured and then formed into an egg. The dragons born this way acquire some genes from the father as well. But for the successor, this is complete parthenogenesis. The father's genes do not influence the next generations of queens. Even if the current husband is of a different race, a woman, or even a cat or a dog, this will not affect anything. The 2 jokingly wondered which would be better, a cat or a dog, and they decided on the dog. The truth is that a queen without a husband cannot lay eggs. Mistress Estelorda has been in her place for 100 years, and all this time there has been no husband. Because of this, new fire dragons have not been born. 100 years was a long time, even for a dragon. That's a big problem, Noah said. Sebastian agreed with him, and he wanted to respect her decision. However, it has been 100 years now, and finally, this is what worries him and the other dragons the most. Lambda and Limda were candidates for the mistress's husbands, and they were raised just for this, but they were not recognized. Lambda always thought about the mistress, but here they appeared, Noah. That's why they treated Noah badly and even tried to kill him. Noah was amused by the fact that he had attractive features. For the first time, the lady said, "I want to take him as my husband." Even though he is a human being, their expectations of him are very unusual. Even though he is a human being, he will try to convince the stubborn old men with full responsibility. So Sebastian asked Noah to take their mistress into consideration. Then Esti called him, and he left. Nomad asked Noah if he would become the fiery dragon's groom, but he replied that it was unlikely. After all, he believes that he is just a backup option, and the queen must definitely have another favorite. Then he looked at Esti, who came out of the bathroom. Sebastian covered her with a robe. He saw her blush. He didn't know a fire dragon could blush like that after a regular bath. He thought that this could easily be understood, and that 100 years could pass without him even noticing. And he said that he and Esti were just friends. But in his mind, he thought that he wouldn't want to listen to lectures from an unemployed father. Esti then turned to Sebastian, and he too noticed that it seemed like Nomad sensed that Hirokane had not awakened and asked if it was worth dealing with. She replied no. After all, it will work instead of rice straw. It was already the 4th day of work on Hirokane. They were still hitting him with a hammer and tempering him. Nomad told Noah to keep up the good work, and they are doing great now. Noah was very tired, all red and puffing, when someone grabbed him by the shoulders. It was Esti who praised him for his hard work and good work. Nomad was smearing something on Hirokane. When Esti asked what it was, he replied that it was clay for firing the blade. The clay that is put in so that the firing does not affect the parts outside the blade. The original recipe of the father, coal ash and shell powder, are added to ordinary clay and then mixed. All that was left was to wait until the glue hardened, and then it was time to fire it. Noah asked if they would fire it tomorrow, but Nomad said they would do it today. For firing, you need to carefully monitor the temperature. You will need to keep an eye on the color of the metal, and this is best done after the sun sets. It remains to wait until it gets even darker. At this moment, Lala turned to Lulu. She shared that she had a bad feeling that something was happening in the deepest cave near the dungeon boss. Lulu admitted that in fact she had already started to feel it since yesterday, but they were not there, so she thought that it was just her imagination. But this feeling began to intensify. It came from underground. Suddenly Noah felt some kind of earthquake. Everything around them began to shake, and they could barely stand on their feet. Noah asked what was going on. Esti just smirked. Gerald was brought another giant stack of papers. There was a report from the regional tax office, a budget plan from the standing committee, a subsidy application from the union, a joke letter from a 5-year-old girl, and so on down the list. He hoped that was the end of it for today. But the secretary said that all these letters would have to be signed. Jer begged her to let him rest, like a child. Although, this way he would definitely get into some trouble. At that moment, a subordinate came in with an apology. He reported to Mr. Gerald an urgent message from the patrol, an incredible reaction from the monster sensors, and judging by them, it was heading towards the city. When Gerald asked which side, he was told that it was from the north. So the reaction was, from the endless desert, he immediately became worried about Noah. A huge dinosaur-like monster appeared in the endless desert. The monster appeared right in front of Noah, Lulu, and Lala. They were shocked by the size of this monster. At that moment, Terete also ran up. It was the great serpent of the rocky cave, and it is also called the Metal Eater, a monster that lives underground, eating high-quality metal. Every time Hihirokane awakens, its sweet aroma causes this monster to come out from underground, and therefore his target is Her Majesty's Hihirokane. Lambda had heard that the previous queens had also been irritated by his persistence, quite an annoying worm. Hihirokane is currently in the process of being forged, so there's no way they can give it to that worm. Noah wanted to go warn Nomad, but if he thought about it, even the capital would be in danger. Lambda said there was no need to worry, because Her Majesty would deal with him in no time, and by that time, the weapons would already be ready. At that moment, Noah ran into the forge to Nomad and Esti. He warned him about a monster of unprecedented size, and that it had come for Hihirokane. Even Noah can't handle such a big monster, but Nomad decided to just finish the forging. After all, since he is going after Hihirokane, there is no point in running away. If he tries to run away, the consequences could be more catastrophic. Noah was about to protest when Nomad suddenly patted him on the head, and he told him not to worry, because Aunt Lulu, Aunt Lala, Aunt Terete, and the fire dragons were with them, and if they wanted, they would come to the rescue. Besides, no matter the monster or the cataclysm, he could not allow anyone to interfere with his forging. Esti praised his good attitude, and was furthermore amazed by his father's courage. The moment the forging is completed, she will fully show her greatness with Hihirokane. Lulu, Lala, and Terete walked straight towards the monster, warming up. They understood that they needed to buy some time, but the level of this monster was definitely not worth seeing, although it would be nice to kill it right away. At that age, even old people's blood boils when they are challenged. They ran towards this monster at the same time. Lala ran faster than everyone else, and jumping along the monster's neck, she approached him. She delivered a double blow to his neck at high speed. But his skin was so hard that her daggers cracked, but he received no damage when she landed behind Terite, who was running towards the monster. Charging her fist, she struck his body with all her might. Her fist hurt a little, and the monster even flinched. The blades didn't work on him either. The twin dragons explained that the snake was receiving the effects of the metals it had eaten. Its scales were as hard as adamantite and had many anti-magic properties, so humans would never be able to defeat it. Lala asked him to help then, since he was so smart. But suddenly, the snake began to charge the magic ball in front of him. It looked very dangerous. Lulu told everyone to gather closer to her while the monster charged up its attack. And after a couple of seconds, he fired a magical beam that raised dust from the collision. Lulu managed to create a strong barrier that withstood his blow. This monster is not even a dragon, but it can spit fire. Lulu then decided to strike back, and magic circles began to form around the monster. Then they exploded simultaneously in an instant, damaging the monster. It was obvious that it had at least battered him a little. Lambda noted that even among people there are high-level ones. Although they did not cause significant damage, they do not give up their positions, and he will help them only if everything goes badly for them. This is just a warm-up. The spanking will not end the forging of Her Majesty's weapons. Inside the forge, work continued, and a rumble could be heard outside. Esti laughed that they weren't even shy there, although Noah didn't think it was funny. Nomad sat and looked at the fire in the stove, thinking about something. He then turned to Esti and asked if she could release fire in human form, and she could. So he asked her to breathe her fire into the furnace, and a lot more. When she asked why, he explained that he was going to put Hihirokane in there. She would need to keep releasing fire, and he thought that the heat of this oven wouldn't be enough to burn Hihirokane. She asked him if he was sure, because if she lost control even a little, he might get fried by accident too. But Nomad asked her not to stop until he stopped her. Esti hoped the stove could handle her fire. Then Nomad decided to start, and as soon as he put hiderokin in the oven, Esti took a deep breath and began to breathe fire directly into the furnace. Sparks began to fly out of the oven and even touch Nomad, but he only grabbed the handle tighter. He watched Chihiro-kan closely for signs of change in him. Then he noticed slight changes on it, and immediately asked her to stop breathing fire. Instantly pulling it out of the oven, he dipped the weapon into the water, and a large amount of steam was released from under the water. After some time, when the weapon had cooled down, he pulled the weapon out of the water. Normally, he would put it in the oven a few times and let it cool, but this time it doesn't seem necessary. This meant that everything was ready, so he sat down on his knees, and he offered the weapon to Estelorda, who praised him for his good work. The three who fought the monsters were already a little exhausted and were waiting for Nomad to finish. Each time, the strength of the magical barrier decreases, and Lulu wonders if they can withstand the next blow. The dragons see that they are at their limit and already wanted to get up and help. But Lambda sensed something and realized that their exit was apparently cancelled. The monster fired its beam. The trio was about to block it. But at that moment, Esti stood in front of the beam and deflected the blow with just one swing. She was hovering right in front of him and already holding a ready weapon in her hands. Then she looked at the three on the ground and praised them for their efforts, but now she would take care of him. They were surprised that she was able to reflect the fire beam with one swing, but she is the Queen of Fire Dragons after all. It was only then that they noticed that she was holding a weapon from Hiroken in her hands. At that moment, Nomad and Noah arrived. The father was shocked by the monster when he saw it, despite the fact that Noah had already tried to tell him about it. They were all fine, both father and son, and grandmothers and aunt. Nomad put all his efforts into this weapon, and the result is an undoubted masterpiece. This weapon will definitely defeat the giant magical beast. Lambda said that if the weapon was blunt, the life of the blacksmith and the people here would end, and Hiroken would return to his original appearance. But Noah said that everything would definitely be fine, because his dad put his life into this forging, and there's no way he can be stupid, and he believed it. It dealt well with Esti's power, and she asked the snake. He also understood that Hiroken was now delighted. And since he wants to swallow her weapon, then let him not be shy and come up to her. She was going to let him try it. The monster immediately opened its mouth and headed towards Esti. Everyone watched this moment, but Esti only smirked, and she delivered a quick and deft blow with her weapon. The blade left a line on the monster's head, and it froze in midair. And a second later, it was torn into two parts by a neat cut. After all, one who is born to crawl cannot fly. It burned like the sun. One blow and nothing remains. A very incredible power, and an equally beautiful weapon. Esti gave him the name Jinwoo, or Golden Crow. She then decided to transform into her dragon form, and the weapon lay as if it were in her human form. This moment, as Estelorda stood against the backdrop of the moon, was seen by everyone, from Noah standing nearby to King Gerald and the inhabitants of the city. The weapon changes size to suit its owner. Noah was surprised. It was a weapon ability from Hiroken. After all, the lady is beautiful. Fire dragons can only show their true power in dragon form. It is normal for Hirokaina to change her form. This is proof that the forged mythical weapon was perfect for the lady. Noah was shocked when he heard that the weapon was mythical. Jinwoo, partisan of mythical rank, his attack was 20,589, speed 2069, and defense 6,003. Durability was generally infinite, that is, indestructible. It was the first time he had seen such indicators on a weapon, and yet Nomad managed to do it. Esti confirmed that the human blacksmith had succeeded. She acknowledged this weapon as a faithful companion of her life, and she blessed him, because now he can call himself the royal blacksmith of the fire dragons. It was the revelation of the Dragon Queen, and Nomad gained more titles. Blessing of the Fire Dragon Queen and Royal Dragon Blacksmith. The effects they gave were maximum fire resistance, and the success rate increased by 20% for Special Fusion and Special Edition, plus 60 levels. It was amazing. Noah was glad that Nomad had raised as many as 60 levels, because now he could learn the skills fusing 3 metals and adding 3 materials. But Nomad didn't look too happy. The effect of the Royal Dragon Blacksmith title was to give a chance of success on Special Fusion and Special Edition. He thought it was opening the door to the mythical class. It turns out that the mythical class is commonplace, and he thought that he was the first to think of it. Noah told him that this was just the beginning, not the end goal, and he still had a lot of forging to do. Esti, having turned into a human, asked if Nomad had turned back into the state of a pathetic father, and if he continued to pester Noah, then she could undo his success. But Noah asked her to stop. Because Noah was already exhausted after forging, they began to think about what to do. Because Esti's dragon form stood out a lot, and perhaps it was seen from the capital, and perhaps even heard, and it would not be surprising if the royal army descended on them now. Esti said not to worry, because she is in a good mood now, and will not destroy anything until the king of the state shows his stupidity. They hoped Gerald would be okay. Well, God bless them, so Esti asked what Noah himself would do. After all, he came to the ridge to look for amazing ores and materials, so that his father, who had stopped forging, would take up the hammer again. And now, just like that, his father took up the hammer again. And she smiled at him, slightly tilting her head. Noah understood everything. It was for this reason. Esti brought the divine metal to Hihirokane not because she didn't like her dad, but to give him back his motivation to forge. All for him. He thanked Esti for what she had done. Hearing his gratitude, she pretended not to understand what he was thanking her for. He has a dream to forge a weapon that has never been forged before from an unseen metal and materials, and one day, he will forge a weapon that will leave Nomad speechless. So he will continue to go for ore and materials, then Esti decided to train him even better, and this will be inevitable. These words made Noah tense up with a bad feeling. Nomad stopped Her Majesty and forbade Noah to go for ore and materials for a while. He said that he needed to learn the basics of blacksmithing. In addition, the work of a blacksmith does not involve the independent collection of ores and materials. This is the work of adventurers or blacksmith apprentices. Noah thought that if he was a blacksmith's apprentice, he could both assemble and forge at the same time. Then he made a decision. He will become what no one has ever been before. He will become the blacksmith's strongest apprentice. Nomad was surprised, and the grandmothers only noted that it looked very much like Noah. Esti understood him well, and called him her dearest friend. To become the strongest, he needs to defeat 1 or 2 fire dragons, and she said not to worry, she will be extremely attentive in teaching, but Noah said that was not what he meant at all. And he began to run away from her, because with such a weapon in her hands, she would definitely kill him, and Esti chased after him. Let him still be too far from the strongest blacksmith's apprentice. Long ago, while chaos still reigned in the world, when there was no land, no sky, no seas, no land, only an endless abyss. From this chaos, 5 main deities were born. Since individually they were perfect, they were unable to create anything new. Next, 2 deities were born, a man and a woman. They compensated for each other's shortcomings. Therefore, as deities, they were also perfect. Since they were not adults individually, they had the ability to create. Thus, the 2 deities began to create everything that exists. However, the first thing they managed to create was a formless, mindless child. The male and female sent this child into the chaos, but each time they gave birth to formless children. The male and female deities consulted with the previous 5 deities and decided to get married. Soon after, they gave birth to the earth, the sky, the sea, and many other deities, and many living beings began to appear on the earth, and deities that were different from those in the heavens. Having given birth to many deities, the female deity exhausted her life force and died, and the male deity became despondent and fell into a deep sleep. On earth, people multiplied, grew stronger, became proud, and began to despise living beings different from themselves, and almost destroyed the world. The deities became angry, and people were crossed with different creatures, and thus there was no pure-blooded person left in the world, without an admixture of animal blood. The legend of the birth of deities. What is the reason for the birth of people and deities? And the deity who could not become a deity, and the first child of a male and female deity who was carried away by the current of chaos. The little fluffy one ran away from the crowd of adventurers. They shouted that it was Shigeru Mogura and wanted to kill him as quickly as possible, because it was a whole bunch of experience. He wondered when he had started wandering and when he had started being attacked in the first place. He doesn't even know anything about himself. Both monsters and people, upon seeing him, begin to attack him with great zeal and pleasure. If he is attacked, he can usually escape. If not, he falls apart, and after some time returns to his form. Why couldn't he die? Who is he? Is he different from other creatures? Shigeru Mogura wondered, but he doesn't even have an answer to such questions. He knows only one thing: everyone wants to kill him. No matter how many times he is reborn, he is always afraid when he is attacked. That's why he always hides. He has no need to eat or drink anything like other creatures. He just tries not to be seen and just wait. The speed he can reach is perhaps the fastest of all monsters, but only for a moment. Usually he just wanders around without relying on anyone, any unexpected blow, even if it is the weakest monster, and he is torn to pieces. The adventurers continued to search for him, because killing him would immediately make them A rank. And one of them decided in advance to compensate for the money for the potion used during the week-long ambush, although there was no point in this until they received the monster's skin. Suddenly, a blade rose into the air next to Shigeru Mogura. It looks like he'll have to die again for the umpteenth time. Suddenly, a wolf grabbed the guy with the sword by the side, and he screamed in pain. It was a stone wolf, as the other adventurers later identified. They thought that he was also targeting Shigeru Mogura. They started fighting him and tried to fight back by shooting him in the eyes. At that moment, Shigeru Mogura turned around to leave. But in front of him stood a whole pack of stone wolves. Monsters of the wolf species, the pack is divided into a male and a female, and moves together. One wolf will distract people, and the rest will follow their hunting plans. Suddenly, a magician girl touched him from behind. She screamed when she saw Shigeru Mogura right under her feet, and she swung her magic cane to kill him. She was able to strike, and was very happy that she was able to kill Shigeru Mogura. The rest of the adventurers gained courage, because their level increased, and now the stone wolves are not afraid of them. Somewhere else, a moment later, Shigeru Mogura was restored from his torn particles. And he will have to hide again, because they are hunting him again. He was very scared at that moment. Suddenly, he met a boy who was looking at him. The boy who was armed with a sword. He wondered if this little black lump in front of him was alive. The boy took it in his hands and felt that it was afraid, because it was trembling. But he wondered if he was hungry and reached into his pocket. And he took out his lunch, onigiri, and gave it to Shigeru Mogura. It had a pleasant smell. The boy asked if he would like to eat. Shigeru Mogura was not familiar with such a thing as eating food. He only knew that it was how monsters and people force something into themselves. He decided to try eating this onigiri, and he really liked it. Apparently he was very hungry, and the boy said that this was all the lunch he had. He became curious about what kind of creature it was, and since he had no food, he decided to go home. So I said goodbye and turned around. Shigeru Mogura wondered if he was already leaving. He was interested in the white thing he ate, and in general, why the boy didn't attack him. Then he became worried about him, because there are monsters ahead and it's very dangerous there. The boy noticed a small creature following him. Well, since he had fed him, there was nothing else to do, he said, taking the little creature in his arms. The boy introduced himself as Noah, and now gave him a name, Black Fuzzy. At that moment, he felt that his long, meaningless, and formless existence in his body began to take on meaning in his new name, Black Fluffy. Monster: Shigeru Mogura. Name: Black Fluffy. Special skill: level increase. Feature: Fluffy. Favorite thing: rice. The only unique monster in this world? It is him. Noah put it in his pocket and asked him to be a good boy. This human child began to run at an incredible speed. Soon he stopped caring and fell asleep. Now you don't have to be afraid anymore. It was an indescribable feeling that resulted in one tear. It had been a day since SD had brought Hihirokane to them. Noah stepped out onto the porch and stretched in the sun. Father was also already on his feet, so today he would finally begin to fully learn blacksmithing. At least that's what he thought until Gerald arrived. In addition to Gerald, Lulu and Lala also came with him. They were seated at a table in the hall, and Noah carried them glasses. Even though SD had done some work the previous day, everything in the castle quickly settled down after learning that Noah was on good terms with the Queen of the Fire Dragons, and they said that her appearance was a good sign. But Nomad decided to ask them why they came so early in the morning. Then Nomad was asked if he had any enemies. They asked this because the man who was caught by the Fire Dragon and the Antes yesterday was brought here. Noah immediately remembered after SD defeated the big snake. He tried to escape from SD, who was chasing him, but he couldn't, and she grabbed him by the scruff of the neck. She caught him, and now he will train with her. He asked to start at least tomorrow. Suddenly someone called SD. It was Sebastian who was holding some guy. He said he caught him as the lady asked. It was quite challenging, she said. Because this guy had been spying on them ever since his father started blacksmithing, she became curious, so she asked Ramda to keep an eye on him. and he did a great job of it. However, he lost sight of him at the castle. But they knew one thing for sure: he lives far from here. Then they looked around the castle, and if Jerry found out, he would faint. Noah agreed, because with such horns and wings it was not possible to spy. They were too noticeable. Then Esti put her hand to the horns, and right before her eyes, the horns decreased in size. As a result, both the wings and the horns and the tail became smaller. They didn't know that she could do that. But this was only temporary. But Sebastian can walk like this all day long. But Ramda was noticed not because of his appearance, but simply because his opponent was smarter. Lambda said that he was no less powerful than him. He was able to escape because of his stealth skills. But Esti said that dragons were not used to dealing with this kind of opponent. They wondered who he was, and noticed that he had no tail. Then, taking off his hood, Sebastian said that it was all because he was an owl, and perhaps someone had clipped his wings. It's rare to see a bird-type beastman these days, but Sebastian is quite experienced in this, because he was once a dragon rogue and carried out the whims of other people. The grandmothers were alarmed when they heard that a dragon lived among people, and they thought that even right now, there could be a dragon among people. But Esti told them not to worry, because Sebastian is an unusual dragon, and besides, dragons like him, who can hide their wings and look like a human, are very rare. Sebastian then became acquainted with the human race, many of whom had stealth skills, such as birds of prey and felines. Among them, owls were especially useful to the people he served at the time, as owls have night vision and are skilled in camouflage. Noah asked where he was from, because if he was in the castle area, then maybe he was one of Uncle Jer's men. Although if he worked for him, he wouldn't be spying, so it's rather the other way around, the grandmother said. A king may have a few secret servants, but it is quite another thing to watch over his house. They thought that he might be a debt collector, or maybe a local aristocrat, or maybe even a blacksmith in the guild. He refuses to talk, so they take him to the castle and use that as an explanation for the appearance of the Dragon Queen. The owl that Lala and Lulu captured was not one of their spies. The head of the guard confirmed this. Gerald asked if there were any ideas who he could work for. Nomad replied that he might hold a grudge against him for marrying Omura, or Noah might dislike him because he sometimes behaves unreasonably. Noah said that he always behaves unreasonably. This confirmed Nomad's words that there was nothing surprising in their desire to kill him. But that's not it. His enemy is definitely not one of them, and perhaps it is the one who has power. Of these, Nomad only knew Gerald, but even because of this, it was definitely not him. Noah asked what this had to do with the owl. He's a beastman, but he hasn't said anything yet. That's the only thing they know for sure. This is that he is a well-trained spy. There are only a few races that can possess the skill of stealth, but they are all well-trained and under the control of the state. Most of them belong to the two main families, representing the protectors of the royal court. They live in the shadows and carry out orders for the state. As they know, in their country there is registration in guilds and a population census. Although this system has not become widespread, ID cards make it possible to track about 95% of the population. The child born will belong to the race of one of the parents, so they will know where the person with stealth skills was born or lives. The only place for training must be two government-approved families, and the owl they caught does not belong to either of them, and moreover, has not been trained, which means it is a wandering owl. Itinerants are those people who have moved to another place and do not want to get an identity card, otherwise they will not be able to find work. Simply put, they have three conclusions. The first is a place of refuge for two families, providing complete privacy. The second is that there are people with stealth skills that the state does not know about. Third, the village or one of its residents who hired this guy is interested in Nomad. But now, with the arrival of the Dragon Queen, everything may change. Gerald can't think of anyone who's taken an interest in what he does since he started drinking, who would benefit from watching how Nomad spends his money. If there are underground organizations that accept such orders, it will be a huge problem. But in that case, it will only be his problem. And one more thing, we are talking about Sister Omura's equipment, which, according to the false messenger, she took with her. He did some research, but found nothing to indicate that the gear had been sold in the last 8 years. So it wasn't going to be sold. Gerald suspects that the equipment is still with those who tricked it into their possession, or that people like these owls are working for such people. But who needed Omura's equipment? She is a famous paladin, the story of which can easily be used as the basis for a play or performance. There is a chance that it was stolen by an enthusiastic fan. Moreover, her equipment itself is a national treasure, and the sword and spear are legendary. Some collectors are ready to break the law for this. In the worst case, it would be sold in parts, but if the thieves have the complete set in their hands, they will be able to return everything back at once. And returning to their topic, Gerald said that perhaps the thieves didn't need the equipment at all, and they could have done it for the sake of revenge on Nomad. He's not well liked in the Blacksmiths Guild, but there are many masters who simply aren't interested in such things. But if they did it to annoy him, even though it's mostly blacksmiths who don't care about others, but this theft is much more serious than trying to annoy him, they forged a royal decree. At least they haven't found any cases of counterfeiting like this yet. The thief is capable of this kind of thing, but he only used his skill to deceive himself into getting Omura's equipment. The fact that the decree was supported perfectly may indicate that the thief often encountered such decrees, which means that aristocrats cannot be discounted. However, is it right to think that they can track people with the stealth skill just by the population census? Lala asked. If at least one of them pretends to be dead, then he can secretly train others. Gerald asked if Lala had any ideas. Suddenly, someone knocked on their door. There were 3 boys who asked if anyone was home, and they heard that it was the house of the Dragon King's blacksmith. Apparently these were clients, so Gerald decided to leave through the back door and would return later, but for now, he wished Noah and Nomad hard work. Noah started to walk towards the door and asked if they wanted to order weapons. But behind the door, they just said to open it. When he opened the door, there were 3 boys standing in front of him, looking at him in surprise. One of them asked if this was really Nomad. Another told him not to be an idiot. Well, the third one asked where Nomad was, and just at that moment, Nomad himself comes out of the house. These 3 guys immediately fell to their knees, and they said in chorus that they wanted to become his disciples, which was very unexpected. Their names were Nem, Jam, and Ram. Yesterday they came out of the forge and heard the decree of the Dragon King. The Dragon King's blacksmith appeared, just like in the old fairy tales, and they all became very interested. They also told the master that they would go here, and he replied, "This is Nomad's forge, and his forge is evil, and so they will only destroy themselves." In the Blacksmith Guild, everyone decided to ignore the decree, and they thought it was too much. It was clear from the beginning that the dragon weapons were not the work of the blacksmiths. Here yesterday they were so excited, and now they are silently staring at them. They were so upset and asked Nomad again to become his disciples, because they had discussed everything and decided. These 3 were real chatterboxes, but Nomad said that their master was clearly not mistaken, and asked his name. It was Matma Brisk. Nomad knew him. He was the one who made the double alloy and made him try it. Or rather, it was his brother. But he was right. Few blacksmiths are capable of repeating after Nomad or even trying. Besides, he is a lone blacksmith who has neither support nor customers. If they become his students, then nothing will change. Noah heard about it for the first time. Nomad decided to change the subject, deciding to tell about 3 ways to become a good blacksmith. He told them to find a job in a large forge with a lot of customers, gain experience, hone their skills, and they will receive recognition from their master. After long and hard work, they can ask them to establish their own forge. If they are lucky, they can become the heirs of the master and take his place. And with his brother Mona, it will be even easier for them. They knew it was great, but they were still unsure. Then Nomad decided to show them the skills of the Dragon King's blacksmith. And if they decided that they could repeat it, then he would accept them. But if they admitted that they were not fit, then they would return to Brother Mon. But in fact, Nomad was sincerely glad that the 3 of them stood up for him. The 3 immediately lit up when they heard that they would be able to see the skills of the Dragon King's blacksmith. Noah said that last time he was in this forge, he broke all his fingers. But Nomad asked what he was talking about, and said that Noah was also going with them. And already in the forge, he began to ask for orichalcum, and then griffin feathers, and so on. Each species was in its place. It was already starting to get dark outside. The boys were shocked by the double metal alloy and double grant on one material. While the weapon was of the legendary class and the attack modifier exceeded 9,000 units. And all this in just half a day, they didn't even have time to notice how the ore turned into metal, and in general how a double grant was obtained on a double alloy. Perhaps Nomad's rank made it easier to work with dual alloys and grants. And by the way, this time he almost didn't hurt his fingers. For the past 8 years, all he's done is forge in his imagination. Suddenly there was a knock on the door. Noah thought it was another client, but it was Limda who arrived alone. He noticed that they had forged a sword and asked to look at it. Nomad asked what he was doing there, but even Noah didn't know. Limda took the sword in his hands and began to examine the blade. He noticed that it was different from His Majesty's dagger, a very fine piece of work. Then he looked at Nomad, and he said that he also wanted to become Nomad's disciple. He sat and sipped tea, and grandmothers sat in front of him. They asked what the fire dragon was doing there, and already thought that they were imagining things, and Linda only wished them good morning. Lulu asked if Noah had done something wrong again, but it turned out that Noah had nothing to do with it. He brought them a sandwich with a patty for breakfast, apparently beef. It was very tasty, but suddenly Noah said it was a dragon sandwich. The grandmothers asked who would serve the dragon meat to the dragon, but it was actually Linda's tail. He explained that he gave the tail as a gift in honor of him becoming Nomad's apprentice. The grandmothers were alarmed when they heard that Linda had become a student. When he saw Nomad, he felt something. He felt the joy of the flame, which allows for endless possibilities. The golden raven, created from Nomad's fire, was very beautiful, and he wants to become the embodiment of this flame himself. Like Noah, he was caught in the fire and asked if the queen knew about it. Naturally, he asked Her Majesty about this, and she listened to how much he wanted to become a dragon blacksmith. And looking at him, she gave him her consent. She will wait 100 or 200 years until he becomes who she wants. That's what she said, and she was even ready to send several dragons with him. Noah was surprised by the number. Apparently dragons live much longer than people. And if that's the case, then in 100 years, Nomad will definitely die. It turns out that Linda won't be able to train for the entire 100 years. Nomad is already somewhere in his 40s, so he will live for about another 50 years. Linda was a little upset that in just 50 years, his great skills would be lost. And it shouldn't be like this. He can't believe that Nomad will soon meet his end, and he decided to wake him up early and start learning blacksmithing. Linda ran into Nomad's room, and Lulu asked if there were other visitors besides Linda yesterday. Noah remembered them, as it turned out they ran away when they found out that Linda was a fire dragon. Linda is already waking up Nomad. He barely woke up and asked why he had to get up so early. The dragon replied that he needed to start blacksmithing right away. Because of yesterday, Nomad's whole body hurts. Then Linda began to cast a spell. He used it on Nomad. He lit up and asked what he did to him. When the spell wore off, Nomad realized that all his pain was gone. Linda asked if they could begin now. Lulu was surprised when she saw that the fire dragon had healing magic. Fire and water are complete opposites. And since the fire dragon is opposed to the water dragon, which specializes in healing magic, if the fire dragon, whose main specialization is strength, can also use healing magic, then it is no exaggeration to say how powerful he is. She was right, except for Linda. None of the fire dragons can use healing magic. But he is not particularly strong in attack either. He does not know for sure, but he was told that in his family several generations ago, there was a water dragon. Lulu was shocked and asked how it happened that a water dragon was in his ancestry. Noah realized that this was a secret species of dragon, and he asked Aunt Lulu not to pry from him, since it was a secret. She asked how Noah knew the secrets of the dragons. He replied that it was because he and Esty were friends, and she told him everything. Apparently, Lulu was outwitted. She is great and wise and lost to Noah. Lala felt that a letter had been brought. They all went out into the street together, and a bundle fell from the sky, which Lala caught right in the air. It was the first time Noah had seen himself sent away like that. Lala hasn't been into adventures for a long time, and Lala hasn't been paying much attention to her lately due to research and studies, so out of boredom, she opened a courier delivery service. It was quite brave of him to fly over Linda's head, and all because he was a homing pigeon that she had raised since he was an egg. Having heard about the pigeon, Linda noticed that it flies quite high, about 1,000 meters. There is a special grimoire in the capital that can detect demons, but it also has one nuance. It cannot detect creatures that fly above 200 meters, so it is better to deliver letters at this altitude. Linda asked if it was worth telling him this, but Lala said it was like a natural disaster. It could be detected, but not prevented, and whether he knew or not made no difference. As his girlfriend said, people are very interesting creatures. Lala opened the letter and told Lulu that they needed to go back to the Soy Kingdom. Apparently something urgent. Lily is missing, which means they need to hurry. They decided to look after the kingdom. And they have a mountain of visitors, and they said, so that Noah would not misunderstand them, but they would have to leave him. Linda began to wake Nomad, calling him Master. He asked why he called him Master. He replied that since he was a student, there was nothing strange in him calling him Master. Then he saw that Esty, Lambda, and Sebastian were standing in front of them. Esty noticed that they were standing idle, and she said that she came to pay for the golden raven, and besides, she heard that Linda had become his disciple, and came to say hello. He always kept in Lambda's shadow. This is the first time that Lambda does what he wants. It will be difficult, but I asked him to support me. Lambda was never very good at fighting, but when Lambda challenged him to a duel, he won. Lambda couldn't support his brother's desire to become a human disciple, but if that's what he really wanted, then there was nothing he could do about it. However, as soon as he won, he immediately ran away and said that Lambda could have healed him. He apologized and began to heal him. Then Esti turned to Sebastian, who immediately understood everything and took out the case and opened it. They added a little more money so he could cover the costs of Lambda's training. If that wasn't enough, they would prepare more. Nomad asked if they were sure about this. She told him to take it. While they were giving it, Nomad just thanked her and took the case. It turned out to be very heavy, and Nomad told Noah to try to lift it. Noah took the case in his hands, feeling its great weight. Nomad said that all this money is now his, despite the fact that Nomad earned it. Now he will use materials and ore that he will collect himself, and said to consider it an advance payment. But Noah didn't even know he could spend that much. Since he doesn't know, let him put the case in the warehouse. Weapons can also be forged from gold. Esti even expected this in a sense from a family of blacksmiths. There was so much he could do with it, and he was curious about what could be made from such alloys. Nomad said it didn't matter how much he could do, he would have to learn blacksmithing first, and asked when he planned to collect the ore. Noah was angry that he was interested in him and ruined everything. He must complete one task for the Adventurers Guild per month, otherwise his license will expire, and asked if Lambda could not help him. The Nomad asked him what he was talking about, and asked if he had already finished with the warehouse, and asked him to bring several batches of thistlethorns. But soon all the supplies will run out, and then it will be necessary to take the manticore needles and griffin feathers to the guild, but Nomad will not be able to order the delivery of forging materials. If the guild asked for something that he could get just by doing blacksmithing, Noah thought as he looked at Noah. Lambda was a little scared, but since he wanted to become a blacksmith, he realized that there was no way out. He was ready and said that they could take as many claws and scales as they needed. Then they said that's not what they meant. Lambda breathed a sigh of relief. Then they added that claws and scales are good materials for blacksmithing, and it would be a waste of resources to give them away from the guild, they said, with smiles on their faces. Lambda even burst into tears from their pressure. After some time, Lambda and Nomad were already standing in the forge. Nomad put on a blacksmith's apron and said to put aside all jokes. They will start working with a hammer and blacksmith tools, and asked if he had extra skill points for alloys and Grant. He replied that he did. Unlike other fire dragons, he did not use skill points for battles. Then Lambda was ready, and Nomad said that they could begin now. Lambda asked him to teach him everything he knew, but I was still a little worried about Noah, because he was being zarbled by Esti while he was learning blacksmithing. They were standing somewhere on the ridge. Noah and Esti fought with swords. She threw it far away. Noah landed and realized that his sword was broken. At that moment, Sebastian gave him a spare sword. Esti asked what was wrong with him. They had just started training him. But Noah was just ready to show what he was capable of. In the end, everyone chose their own path. Lambda worked as a blacksmith with Nomad, while Noah fought and trained with Esti. Noah was working in the field and helping Tarita. She asked him to work until she reached the place where she was standing. He quickly began to plant the seedlings in a row in the water. Someone praised him from behind. It was Meryl. He asked if he had managed to do all this in just one morning, and he also brought lunch with him. Noah said he would have it all done by lunch. They have increased the area of rice fields significantly since Noah started helping them. Meryl looked at Black Fuzzy, and then he gave him a lump of rice. Meryl was Tarite's son. He said that they had even gone too far with increasing the fields, and asked how long it would take to go around all the fields. And all this was because their neighbor Roy left the farm, and so much land cannot be left just like that. She relies too much on Noah, because she hasn't even harvested 1/100th of what she planted. She said that Noah was the fastest among them. And wasn't it Meryl who was so disappointed to lose to little Noah that he decided not to bother with planting rice anymore? His help is truly invaluable. And I recently started training, namely fencing, and he was asked how things were going. Noah began to remember how it all happened. He fought with Esti at Dragonspine, and again he broke the sword, crossing blades with her. This was almost the 100th time his sword had broken. He had made so many swords before Nomad started training him, but he couldn't believe that they all broke, and he asked what Esti's fan was made of anyway. She replied that it was a masterpiece created by the best master of this generation, and it was clearly no match for his dull swords. Taking him by surprise, she tried to hit him, but Noah managed to dodge, falling backwards. But thanks to his reaction, he leaned on his arm and kicked her fan out of her hands. He realized that this was his chance and tried to strike. But Esti managed to react and stopped his blow with only her hand. As it turned out, her hand was covered in strong scales, causing another sword to crack. Even her hands were full of various secrets. But it was only a defense, and he did not hurt her because the blow was too weak. However, his movements were getting better and better, and she asked if it was more effective to always fight against the same opponent. It was the first time he was able to kick her. There are many large demons in the endless desert and dragon spine where he usually goes, which is probably why he is used to focusing on sword strikes in battle. But when fighting human opponents, it's better to have a variety of different attacks. In addition to kicks and throws, you can grab the hilt of the sword or the opponent's clothes and pull them towards you. There are many different ways. Then she asked why he froze. He was surprised that this was a real training session, and he thought that Esti was just passing the time with him. She took this as a sign of not having trained enough, so she would push herself even harder. And since he wants to become the strongest, he also wants to fight with her. She pulled the golden raven out of the air, or rather out of the fire that formed in the air, and she asked him if he was ready, otherwise he might die accidentally. That was the whole queen thing. But Noah really did almost die. Meryl asked how he could be so good at everything. Being so small, Noah said that if he didn't excel at everything, he would be killed. He didn't have training today. Instead, he would go to the Adventurers Guild. If his license expires, he will not be able to continue training. So they decided to finish planting rice quickly, and Noah continued to squeeze him at high speed, while Meryl watched. Eventually, he arrived at the Adventurers Guild and chose a task for himself. But he couldn't find anything interesting. Suddenly, he saw Sue looking at him. She was just looking for him, because she had a request. Noah immediately said that he did not take any materials with him, but Sue didn't want to talk about that, and said that lately someone had been persistently pestering her, and asked if he had any dagger for self-defense or something similar. She didn't have the money to ask for it to be forged. She was still safe in the guild, but when she returned home, Noah said he would see what he could do, and suggested she go to their store and see what they had. Maybe something would catch her eye. But she wanted a weapon with a high attack modifier, as if she was going to fight. Noah asked why she didn't ask for a sword from her fellow adventurers, since she didn't have to buy her own, and at the very least Emerton would probably lend her his weapon, but Sue didn't want to put any pressure on him. Emerton is a B-rank adventurer. After looking around, Sue then leaned over to Noah and began to whisper that the one who was bothering her. This is actually a hero. Noah was in shock. Sue immediately asked him to be quiet. A hero who came from the kingdom of Dentcorn not long ago. He is level 54, which is much higher than Emerton. He has passed the hard test of the Beast Forest, and is now very popular with adventurers. They were in the guild only to take on all the formalities until recently. But it seems like he accidentally fell in love with her. Noah asked if the Beast Forest wasn't a location for level 10 adventurers. It was true, there were many adventurers who hunted demons and collected herbs at the entrance of the Beast Forest, but the hero reached the deepest part of the forest. There he discovered a door to a fairy tale forest. This place is considered a treasure trove of valuable materials such as mithril. The entrance was lost, but the guild had information that he was somewhere deep in the forest. The guild had long wanted to find him, so now neither the guild nor the adventurers can do anything with this hero. But Noah was only intrigued by one thing: mithril. But Sue just wanted to say that no one could help her. No one except the hero has ever reached the entrance to the fairy forest, and now the guild cannot say a word to him. But to be honest, she doesn't like this hero at all. She would drop by Noah's next time, so she told Noah to think about what kind of sword would suit her, and preferably in installments. Noah thought about it and asked, what if someone else could lead the adventurers to the entrance of the fairy forest, and she would no longer have to worry about the hero? Even so, entering the Beast Forest required a level between 4 and 50, and few would be able to find the entrance to the fairy tale forest. But Noah was only thinking about mithril. Then Sue realized that Noah wanted to go there, and only to find mithril. They decided to go together when Sue had a day off. Noah agreed. So he came back home because he needed to do some forging and sales as well. He went home and couldn't resist the thought that he would receive mithril so soon. Someone met him inside. He had apparently been waiting for quite some time. It was a buyer. It was Julius, the hero. Noah was shocked by his appearance. There is a legend about a demon lord on this continent, and to prove it, every 20 years, heroes are born with the blessing of the god of war. But the existence of the Demon Lord has not been proven even historically. The previous hero was Uncle Jur, so Noah assumed that they would all be similar to each other. But this is not how he imagined him. He looks too much like a woman. Julius asked if he was surprised that the hero had arrived in such a place. Noah admitted that he was rather surprised by the recent rumors. The hero understood that there were many different rumors circulating about him. Noah asked the hero if he was a man or a woman, and he replied that he could consider him either way, since he was a philanthropist, so he wasn't going to discriminate against anyone. But he doesn't treat women with large breasts very well, and on the other hand, he emphasized that Noah is not bad at all. But he was too young for his taste, and he wanted to talk to him in about 3 years. Compared to Esti, Sue is much smaller, so it's not surprising that she became disgusted with him with such claims. He told her personally that she had small breasts. Noah still asked why the hero came to them. He heard that there was a strange blacksmith somewhere around here, and since he was a hero, there weren't many blacksmiths who could forge a suitable weapon for him. Julius was recognized as a hero about 5 years ago, and he is already level 54. And he even conquered the beast forest in this kingdom he shared. But Noah already knew all this, but supported him. He conquered the beast forest, and even then the sword made in the Soy Kingdom was in critical condition, and when he left the forest it was completely broken. He had to give up the opportunity to enter the fairy forest. It seemed that the sword could not keep up with his battles, so he looked for a more reliable weapon. A blacksmith from the Capitals Guild, that's who he needs. They told him and managed to introduce him to a couple of blacksmiths, but no one wanted to take up forging. Apparently forging a sword for a hero is very difficult. And so a former blacksmith named Montbrisk told him about this place. He said that only such a dedicated blacksmith as Nomad is capable of forging a weapon truly worthy of a hero. Apparently he really did say that. Noah thought that Nomad was hated by all the blacksmiths in the capital, but perhaps Mon recognizes him as a blacksmith. He asked what kind of sword Julius needed. He said that he needed a sword with a high attack modifier, a high defense modifier, and of course, so that the durability was not lame either, then it would be an excellent sword. Well, to be more precise, he needs a sword with an attack modifier of 5,000, defense of 3,000, speed of 3,000, and durability of about 3,000 or even more, and the weapon class must be rare. Even Noah tensed up at this point. The request was so complex that it is not surprising that everyone refused him. What's more, such numbers are simply impossible. Speed and durability modifier are inversely proportional to each other. Thick swords are slow, and thin ones are fast. But they break quickly. This cannot be changed. An experienced blacksmith can easily bring one of the modifiers to a high level. It is much easier to make an attack modifier of 8,000 and just forget about the other characteristics. However, it is precisely those that achieve such contradictions that become rare class swords. The skill, enthusiasm of the blacksmith, and the appropriate environment around him are essential components for creating such a sword. Rare class is not something that can be achieved through ordinary persistence. Julius said that it had to be so good because it was a sword for a hero. You'll be lucky if you can find a rare class in at least one of the hundreds of forges. They're unlikely to keep such valuables in the warehouse. His behavior has changed, but you can't consider him bad just because he doesn't understand blacksmithing at all. So Noah pointed to the guns and said that all of these more or less matched Julius's description. Noah asked if he liked anything, a one-handed sword, or maybe a two-handed one, then added that the dagger had a lower attack and defense modifier, and the battle axe was slower. Julius was amazed because he has the arsenal appraisal skill, so he can immediately recognize a lie. He looked at the rare class greatsword that had an attack modifier of 9,000, speed of 3,500, defense of 4,000, and durability of 3,008. It was surprising that it was absolutely true. He asked why such a forge was located somewhere in the wilderness, and he was going to buy a two-handed sword because it resembled his old one. Then he asked for a hero discount. Noah began to think that since rare classes cost at least 500 silver, then with a discount it would be less. And he offered him a price of 200 silver coins, which was very profitable. Noah also took into account that he was not only a hero, but also, in principle, came to them for the first time, and told him to come again if he liked the weapon. Julius admitted that it was an amazing find to find a suitable sword here, and praised Noah for his knowledge. so I promised to visit them again someday. 2 whole days have passed since then. Sue and Emerton were standing at the entrance to the kingdom, and when they saw Noah, they started waving at him. He apologized for the wait and noticed that Sue looked a little different. And all because she is usually in uniform, but today she put this on to make it easier to move. Then she was shocked that Hiro visited Noah. By purchasing a new sword, he will be able to go to the fairy tale forest, and they may meet along the way. But Noah said that it would take at least 3 days to prepare, so they would hardly see each other. And he asked why Emerton was going with them. Emerton said that Sue and the boy were going to go to the animal forest, and although the boy didn't have a low level, he was still no match for the local animals, so he couldn't ignore it. Well, Noah wasn't the only one who was worried about her. When he mentioned someone who could lead people to the fairy forest, Sue immediately thought of Emerton. That is, it would be more plausible that Emerton, a B-rank adventurer, entered a fairy forest, and not some nameless one. It was about half a day's walk from here to there, and Noah said he could run with Sue in his arms, but what about Emerton? He would be riding on his buddy Zoo, and he could fit 2 more on it, and he asked if Noah was sure he could carry Sue. Noah asked what his name was. Zoo. Emerton said that naming a demon beast was not an easy task, so he was not going to give it one yet. Noah was unaware of this fact, although he is also a beast tamer. Giving a name to a demon beast is the same as giving it your power, and the level will decrease by 1. His level 45 will drop to 44, but only when he has free skill points. But Noah doesn't care, so he just calls his pet Black Fuzzy. Riding Zoo with 2 people would be much slower, and if Noah picked up Sue, he could walk ahead. Emerton smirked at the fact that Noah thought he could keep up with Zoo, who was much faster than the horses. Then he jumped on Zoo and said that he would wait for them there, but if they were delayed, he would come back for them. In the end, he really did leave. After this, Noah immediately picked up Sue, which took her by surprise. It turns out Noah wasn't joking, even though Sue is much heavier than him. But Noah didn't care, and they decided to set out. They all headed to the beast forest together, having already managed to enrich Emerton with Zoo. After a while, they had already arrived. He asked what was wrong with Sue. She admitted that he was simply too fast, and in general, it was the first time she was carried in her arms like this, just like a princess. Eventually, they arrived at the village before the beast forest. It was very lively here, despite the fact that the animal forest is nearby. And all because this large forest area is located not far from the capital. This place has become a small town where man and nature live side by side, and there is almost everything you need, from armor shops to guild branches. And as Noah noted, there were plenty of stalls here too. They came across a stall selling dumplings and soy sauce that smelled very sweet. When Noah comes to such places, he always wants to eat, and offered something to eat, although everything here is expensive. Emerton had not yet arrived, so Sue offered to buy him something, and while they ate, they would wait for Emerton. She offered this as a token of gratitude. But Noah could do without thanks, because he didn't have enough money for such delicacies, and this was quite enough for him. Looking at Noah, she somehow felt like she wanted to protect him at any cost. Finally, Emerton arrived and immediately asked what the hell it was, and where he got such speed from. Noah said he was late, when in fact it was Noah who was too fast. If he hits the monster with such a run-up, it will definitely fall back. Now that they have decided to enter the beast forest, Emerton will not take Sua with him, so he will leave him here, even though he will worry about him. By exploring the beast forest, they will be able to find a lot of materials and meat, and if he takes it with him, Zoo will be able to carry the entire load. He wasn't sure he could protect him, loaded with things, from monsters, and maybe at some point he would have to leave him to die, and after all, he had raised him since he was a child, and he didn't want to lose him so easily. It was a pretty good trait. He preferred the safety of his pet. Noah asked if he could keep up with them without his Zoo. Emerton replied that he was already accustomed to the difficult treks along the beaten paths in the beast forest, so he would not lose. Noah realized that this was probably going to be fun. After a while, they were simply running away from a crowd of monsters. Emerton didn't understand what was going on. After all, they were being chased by level 10 red boars, level 9 green wolves, and level 12 palefaces. They ran without looking back, because a whole pack of demons was chasing them. The monsters here have no stamina at all, so Emerton can get away if he puts in the effort. It looks like they've already broken away from some of them, while the other 2 are still running after them. But he asked if it wouldn't be easier to fight them. The enemy's level doesn't matter, Their stamina will run out sooner than their numbers will decrease. If he keeps running like this, he'll use up all his strength, he said. Noah then slowed down, warning Sue. Emerton stopped too, because there was no end to them anyway, and he wasn't going to run away anymore. It was dangerous. Fighting so many enemies was a waste of time. Emerton asked how a boy like him could be a B-rank adventurer, and he swung to strike. He chopped down the trees, and they all fell right on the path. Thus, he blocked the monster's path, and they were unable to reach them. Now they could move to a calm step. But suddenly, they started coming from the other side, and they ran towards the sound. Time passed, and now they are walking. They managed to break away from them, and Emerton suggested they take a rest. Noah said they were already halfway to the waypoint. Noah wanted to go there before the fairy forest. This place is before the deepest part of the animal forest. It will be safe to rest there. That's where they will stop. Emerton asked where they are at all. He had been to the beast forest quite a few times, but this was the first time he had seen this place. Suddenly, a huge entity made of stones stood behind them. He struck with his huge hand, which looked like a huge boulder. It was a golem, and they were unlucky enough to stumble upon it. He looked dangerous when Noah asked how she was. Sue replied that she was fine, because the moment was dangerous. The golem blocked their path. So there is nothing to be done about it, and we will have to work. Emerton wanted to say something, but Noah didn't listen. He thought that if he attacked his joints, everything would work. So with one swing of his sword, he cut the golem's arm. Noah thought it would be much harder to cut him. He didn't even attack him. But that was not the end. Fragments of stone began to fly into the air. And the golem began to recover, because the golem is just a pile of stones, and it will continue to recover until it hits the core. The core is usually located in the body, but golems are not particularly strong. They are just very annoying, so most people ignore them. Sue suggested looking for the golem core. The rabbit beastmen have excellent hearing, and she can even hear the sounds of breathing. And she heard light breathing somewhere in the bushes. When Noah opened them, there was a small creature inside. This must be the core. She looked pretty cute. It felt somehow wrong to fight him. Sue told him they wanted to pass, and asked him to move the golem. But the creature only shook its head. Then she offered him a competo to clear the way. He nodded immediately when he smelled the competo. When he ate it, it was clear that he liked it very much. And then the golem fell. Lucky that the baby understood their language. Who would have thought that her ears could come in handy here? An unexpectedly useful thing for adventurers. But Sue also likes being an administrator. They were walking along a path, and in front of the path lay a huge root. Apparently this was a stopover, although it was quite quiet here. Noah thought it was the perfect place for a picnic, and they decided to eat rice balls. But then they asked why Emerton stood rooted to the spot. He said that it was the dwelling of a forest hermit. But Sue didn't care at all. There was no way to have a safe rest here, and he told them to run away quickly. But Sue did not understand the reason for the hurry. He explained that this place is the home of the Lord of the Beast Forest. At first it seems harmless, but until they enter its territory. He then turned to Noah and told him to grab Sue and leave. But Noah wanted to do something, so he told them to leave together. Suddenly, the root behind them began to move, and he began to rise up. Apparently he noticed them. Emerton told them to leave quickly. Suddenly, Noah shouted and called for the Forest Lord, which took Emerton and Sue very much by surprise. The voice asked the kids why they came here. It was a huge and old dragon. The old dragon asked why the little one had come here and what he was going to do in this place. Noah said that he thought he would rest there and apologized for waking the dragon. The dragon immediately felt that he did not smell of blood, which meant that he had not killed anyone in this forest. This means it would be inappropriate for him to respond with blood. Noah asked Sue and Emerton for his backpack, and he said that everything would be fine, and asked them to step back. The dragon said that he would be his opponent using the dragon style, but then Noah would use it too. He immediately waved his tail, and Sue and Emerton were afraid for him, but Noah managed to jump and dodge this blow. The old dragon praised him for his speed. Well, Noah decided to return the favor and fell on his scales, thrusting his sword. The scales turned out to be hard, and he was aiming right between the scales. However, he couldn't even pull out the sword. His skin was much thicker than Este's. The dragon, looking at the sword in his tail, simply slammed it into the ground to remove it. Here it is, the dragon of the earth, who boasts of incredible protection. The dragon called him an interesting guy, but then declared victory for himself. But Noah was not going to give up, since he still had 2 swords left. He lost his speed-enhancing sword, and now he uses one that specializes in grabbing. Sue yelled at him to run, but Noah told them not to move. Emerton then said that they would move away further, but that Noah should also slowly come closer. Noah asked him to look after the girl, but the dragon already had his tail right over Noah and noticed his inexperience, that he was distracted during the fight, quite careless on his part. Noah then looked at the tail, and the two were afraid that Noah was going to get hurt. When the tail started to fall on him, Noah didn't lose his head and grabbed the sword tighter and pointed it straight at the tail. And with a small movement and effort, he cut his tail in half. The tip of the tail flew off to the side. Everyone was in shock. Both Dragon and Sue and Emerton. He made himself into bait and used the dragon's power against him. The dragon was delighted by this movement. After a while, the meat was cooked over a lit fire, and when it was cooked, Noah began to eat it. It was very tasty. But then he looked at Emerton, who was standing to the side, and asked him if he wanted something to eat. But Emerton was more concerned with what was happening now. The dragon turned into an old man. He noticed that his tail had not been cut off for a very long time, literally several centuries. Emerton asked why the man Noah had fought was now sitting with them by the fire, and what kind of grandfather he was. And why don't any of them notice that this old man is eating his own tail? Noah said it was delicious, although that's not the problem. The old man asked Noah his name. He remembered that he had not yet introduced himself, and when he introduced himself, the grandfather liked his name. Then Noah reached into his backpack and pulled out an alcoholic drink. The old man immediately felt nostalgic, because it was an alcoholic drink called Dragon Drop. It was a very important drink for dragons then and now. When he said he would come here, Esti gave this to him. The old man didn't even expect such a sweet gesture from such a small dragoness, and asked if he knew her. Noah said that they are friends together, and she is not a little girl anymore. Now it became clear to the grandfather where he knew about the dragon style from. Emerton didn't even know where to start, but he decided to ask first what the dragon style was. The dragon style is when they start fighting instead of greeting. You can become friends if the dragon recognizes you, but the best way is to cut off the tail. After all, the tail will belong to the winner, and it can be either fried or boiled. There is also a tradition that until the dragon's tail grows back, it must fulfill the winner's requests, something similar to a duel, like with people. Emerton asked him if this was true, and the old man confirmed his own words. Then Emerton suggested asking him to accompany them. If he was with them, no one would attack them. They would be able to find their way out safely. What can I say? Grandpa most likely already knows where the exit is. But Noah was against it, and said that it couldn't be done. He asked if Emerton knew why he had not yet become the subject of revenge. Being here, on his territory, he shows a friendly attitude. He will not harm anyone until someone enters his territory. This is how the grandfather has been protecting himself and this forest for several centuries. If they take him away from this territory, and without a tail, they will immediately target him. Emerton, after listening to all this, immediately apologized for his ignorance, and the fact that he can turn into a human proves his worth. And by the way, Grandpa can quickly restore his tail, since he is an earth dragon. They won't force Grandpa to do anything, and the fact that he talks to them is already something. Then Noah asked to take the rest of the tail, because he would really need the scales. The grandfather did not mind, and asked if our kid was really a blacksmith. Noah confirmed this, but admitted that he still had to learn, and that he came to the spirit forest in order to find Mithril. Grandfather understood everything immediately, and even predicted that the spirits would definitely like him. They like to tease travelers, so he told them to be careful, and also, they can leave his tail for now, because it will be hard to carry it on themselves, and let them come back for it sometime later. Noah thanked them for this, because he still needs to carry the girl on his back. Emerton looked at Sue, and asked what was wrong with her. She sat there and literally fell out of reality. Emerton called her to come to her senses. She then said that she must be dreaming because they thought a big dragon was going to crush Noah. But then the dragon turned into Grandpa and they started eating his delicious tail. Sounds exactly like a dream. And today she should go to the guild, but she still can't wake up. Apparently it was a very strong blow to the head. At that moment, Sue woke up and asked what she was doing there, but there was no need for her to go with them. Noah agreed and asked her if she would stay here and wait for them. When she looked at her grandfather, who said that he would not eat her because she was an important person to them, although his mouth was watering, Sue immediately changed her mind and wanted to go with them. It would be boring just the two of them, Noah admitted. After that, they went on their way, and then the grandfather remembered that he forgot to tell them about the guardian of the spirits, although he was sure that the little one could handle her. They walked further and further, looking for the entrance to the Forest of Spirits. But Noah had never seen anything like it. By the way, the demons were also not visible, although the sounds of their presence were there. Emerton said that the entrance doesn't necessarily have to be a door. Noah assumed that they were already in the Forest of Spirits, because the grandfather said that they should understand right away, and most likely the terrain around should change, namely, the trees. When Noah suddenly noticed something, Emerton already thought that he found something, but he only saw plants that would be tasty if fried. They are poor, so they know well what is edible and what is not. There were other plants here, parsley, coltsfoot. Then Noah asked if it was summer. Because it was strange for coltsfoot to grow in the summer, all the plants here are spring plants, and that's not even the point. And Noah guessed that there were mixed seasons here. They didn't understand what was going on here, when suddenly Sue heard some sound from behind, like the growl of a dog with a cold. Inside the forest, they saw some woman Noah was about to call her, when suddenly Emerton shut him up and told him to look more closely. The woman had pointy ears, and her dress turned out to be a pack of angry dogs. It was Scylla. There have already been cases of Scylla attacking people. She herself does not approach, but if you are close, she attacks with incredible force. Emerton heard the story of one adventurer who was able to escape, even if he got into a fight. She falls behind as soon as the person leaves her reach. He spoke as if even life flashed before his eyes, and Emerton saw Scylla with his own eyes for the first time. Sue suggested that she might be guarding the egg. Well, judging by Emerton's words, she's just protecting something. Noah understood everything at once. She guards the teleportation circle, the one that leads to the spirit forest. After all, there are some in the dungeons. Demons move through them. This is a fairly common occurrence, and by the way, very convenient. Usually there are always guardians near such circles, but this is the first time he sees the entrance right in the center. Usually it is in very secluded places. Emerton had experience using these circles, but they only use them to move between floors, and there is nothing like that around Scylla. Noah thinks that the spirit forest is a special place that not everyone can get to, and he is definitely not in that space. He had once stepped on such a circle and found himself in the sea with a sea snake. So if they defeat her, they will be able to enter. But Noah said that it was not necessary. This was not a dungeon. He had never killed the guardians. He did not know all the details. But he did not think that here, like in the dungeon, having defeated the boss, next time they might also encounter him. In other words, there is a possibility that even if they defeat Scylla, there will be another guardian here next time. Emerton then asked if he didn't kill the guardians to step on the circle and teleport. But Noah said that he simply dodged the attacks, ran and stepped on the circles. He can teleport without that. Emerton couldn't believe the boy's words. How could something like this even happen? And he didn't understand at all. Because their enemy was Scylla, he shouted very loudly. Noah asked if they thought Scylla was a little weird. It's like she's sad. They never thought about how demons feel. They found the entrance to the Forest of Spirits. So now their task is just to get there by defeating the guardian, Scylla. Sue was about to start doing this, but Noah felt like she was somehow connected to this Forest of Spirits. The hero said something different, but it's true. Is it possible that he could defeat her? Noah never even thought about it, because he looks like a good-for-nothing person. First, they will try to fight her. Noah did manage to defeat the dragon, but it was really because he knew what to do with it, not because he was strong. Emerton called the dragon a lizard. Noah noted that this would greatly anger the dragon, and he doesn't have any attacking skills. He rather handles his weapon purely. He said that all he knows how to do is run. Then he asked Emerton if he would wait for them here while he and Sue went into the spirit forest. After all, there will be much more trust with her than with him. But Sue asked if she could not go. Then Noah said that she would then stand here alone and wait for them, but she didn't know when the demons would come out. She couldn't sit like that, so she would go with him, and Emerton wouldn't want to sit on his neck either. Then he took Sue on his back and told Emerton to keep an eye on the situation, and if anything happened, to look in on them. Then they immediately set off, and he quickly ran forward, although Sue said that she was not yet mentally prepared, although it was already late. Scylla noticed them immediately and turned to face them. Noah and Sue were flying straight towards her on his back. When he landed in front of her, Scylla immediately turned her dogs straight at them. They began to attack, but Noah successfully dodged their jaws. They had eyes and a nose, and I even wondered what was wrong with them. And Scylla herself always has her eyes closed. Apparently this is what she meant when she spoke about dogs with colds. Suddenly, Another dog's head was flying towards Noah from the side. Sue warned him about it. But Noah, without losing his composure, jumped into the air. Suddenly, the dog's head looked up and moved further up, straight towards them. They didn't expect him to be able to extend like that, but he still managed to dodge it, landing with his foot on his head. Emerton watched all this from afar and worried about the two of them. Noah didn't think they could get that long and asked Sue if she was hurt. She was not wounded, but she was scared, and she already wanted to go home as soon as possible. Suddenly, someone called Seela. It was Emerton who began to distract her. The dogs' heads immediately turned to look at Emerton. Noah asked what he was doing, but Emerton told him not to worry because he could run, and he asked to leave him here and go away. When they say that, usually a person is already ready to die. Then Noah told Sue to hold on tight, and he tensed his legs as hard as he could, and he made a sharp dash forward straight towards Emerton and Scylla. It was an incredibly fast speed, and at that speed, Noah grabbed Emerton under the armpit. When he landed on the tree with his feet, he waited for a moment, then jumped further, and he flew past Styla, who had already opened her eyes and was watching him with her own. Then Noah saw a teleportation circle ahead and hurried towards it. Scylla tried to catch him, but she was just a couple of centimeters short of catching Noah by the tail, and he had already stepped on the circle. And in the blink of an eye, they were transported, and when Noah opened his eyes, the area had changed dramatically. Suddenly, he heard a voice that spoke about a child who had come here. Noah thought there was someone here. In front of them were huge trees, not like ordinary ones. Apparently, this is the spirit forest, Emerton asked, not to be so reckless in the future. At that moment, Sue woke up, and Noah asked if she was okay. She suddenly became happy about something, and as it turned out, she said that this was her house. While Noah didn't understand what she meant, Sue was caught up in the nostalgia. Noah didn't see anything special, and rather his attention was focused on the number of different plants. Sue suddenly pointed to a huge mushroom, which she called a maple tree, under which she used to play often, and there she shared that she created secret places there. Noah didn't understand why she thought the mushroom looked like a maple tree. Suddenly, Emerton saw a puppy. It was the same puppy he had picked up when he found it and taken it to its mother. In fact, this puppy turned out to be another mushroom. Noah realized that they were both seeing an illusion. Then he heard the voices begin to speak, how the illusion does not work on a person, that is, on him. Noah asked if anyone was there. Light began to slowly fall from the air, and a little girl with wings appeared in front of his face. And then even more different spirits appeared in the air. They were everywhere, not just in the air. They sat in trees and peeked out from mushrooms. Apparently, spirits are not usually seen, but Noah sees them perfectly well. Noah introduced himself and said it was nice to meet them. He then introduced Sue and Emerton, saying that they had not meant to frighten them and apologizing in case they had disturbed them. The spirits looked at him with interest, and then Noah thought that he should treat them to something. Then he remembered that he had some sugar cubes with him. He took one piece into his mouth, showing that it was edible and very tasty. Then he also offered Fluffy a piece of sugar. Fluffy took a piece and really liked it. They noticed that it was a demon. Even though it was a demon, they noticed their cuteness. Noah put a couple of pieces of sugar on the leaves. One of the spirits took a piece and said that she was beautiful. The others also picked up a piece, and they began to try them, and they found them very tasty. Then the spirits asked him if he had offended Scylla. The spirits called him an interesting person, he said, a very funny thought. They shared that the man who came before had offended Scylla, and she had cried, but she had defended the entrance to the forest of spirits for them. It was a purple man. He threw sand and black and even red pepper powder in her face. Then Noah understood everything. The purple man stepped on the circle while running away from her. But, however, the magic of the circle did not work. Then Noah realized that this was a hero. He explained to the spirits that the purple man was a hero and that he had the protection of God, which is why it didn't work. The spirits were upset that this particular man was the hero. Noah thinks that Julius will come here again because it was not for nothing that he found the passage. Suddenly, one of the spirits flew up to Noah, and she said that he smelled like dragon's blood, and this comment made all the other spirits turn pale. And they quickly flew away in different directions, away from Noah. Noah sniffed himself and confirmed that the smell was still present, but he has protection from it, even though it injured him, so the illusion didn't work on him because he was protected by the dragon. He said that they became friends because, according to tradition, he cut off his tail and ate it along with him. Noah didn't even hide the fact that he cut off the dragon's tail. One of the spirits even flew up and confirmed the presence of protection. It was a piece of scale that the old dragon had once managed to put in his pocket. Then another little spirit crawled up to him and, grabbing the sword, asked if he had really defeated him with this sword. Noah confirmed this, and the spirit asked to look at him closer. He didn't mind, so he took out his sword and unwound it. The spirit was captivated by its quality. As it turned out, it was a guy, and his name was Raoul, and he was an earth spirit who could craft. Noah noted how he immediately appreciated the quality and was surprised that in such a place there were those who understood blacksmithing. Raoul really liked the sword, and he noticed that he put everything on the line, focusing all his power on the attack alone. Noah seemed to be looking at himself, so he offered to give this sword to Raoul. He was surprised because he was sure that this sword was very expensive by human standards. But Noah said that he forged it, and he was still learning, so this sword was nothing special. So he thanked Noah for such a gift. The spirits did not understand why this man was so strange. Then Noah remembered something and asked Raoul if he could make what he asked for, since he knew about it. He started drawing on the ground with a stick what he wanted to do and began to explain. He showed where it should be transparent, where the fastening and the elastic should be, and in this way he drew the glasses. People cannot remain with their eyes open, without protection, when they, for example, jump from a great height, and also in strong winds debris gets into their eyes and glasses protect them from it. And then he added that it was necessary for Scylla also need nose protection and asked if he could make a mask. Raoul can naturally do this and called Noah an interesting person. If he helps Scylla, the hero will not be able to come here, and he will not have enough strength to defeat her in an honest way. The spirits agreed that Scylla was strong, but they felt sorry for her that this happened to her. That's why Noah offered to help her, because if they left this matter like this, Scylla would get worse. She is so beautiful, and it's a shame that because of him she can't see now. The spirits agreed that Scylla was very beautiful, and this was the first time they had seen a person who would say so. Even though it was difficult for Noah to choose between Scylla and the hero, he still chose Scylla. Then the spirits began to ask him what he wanted as a token of gratitude, and all because Noah was helping Scylla. She was once a spirit, or a very beautiful nymph, and the god of the sea wanted to get her. But Scylla refused him, and fell under the curse of the one who loved the god of the sea, and it was because of the curse that she became like this. Noah said that was strange and asked, why not put a curse on God? These creatures have several heads and they look scary, and in fact they have a lot of weaknesses, such as a nose, eyes, mouth. Scyllas are more sensitive than those of other animals, so the effect is more painful. But the guardians of the entrance heal their wounds immediately, so they ask their Scylla to stand in this place. But the real sand remains in the eyes, and Scylla was in pain all this time. That's why they want to thank him for siding with Scylla. And the spirits began to fly in with different stones in their hands. They brought lapis lazuli, platinum, topaz, ruby, sapphire, and so on. They brought all these precious stones because they know how much people love these stones, and they still sparkle well. It was a real treasure trove. Then Noah saw a spirit holding some kind of dark stone. Taking it, he realized what it was and asked to bring more of these particular stones. This is a stone that lies in the forest. It does not glow, and it is like an ordinary stone. Noah said that this was the mithril he had been looking for a long time. He is a blacksmith, and they collect such stones, and he has never used mithril in his life. The spirit said that the stone does not shine, but the sword does, and asked if the sword was really made of this stone. Noah said that was exactly it, and decided to show them how it worked by using his skills. And using his smelting skill, he turned the stone into pure mithril, which began to glow. They thought it was magic, even though Noah said he was just an ordinary blacksmith. The spirits then began to bring more stones and then more, and brought a pile of mithril. Noah asked if he could come here and collect mithril for his own use. One of the spirits reported that Scylla now considered him a friend, and therefore the entrance would always be open to him. But once the dragon's protection wears off, he will see illusions and will not be able to collect these stones. Noah doesn't know how long the scales will last, but it's not a good idea to rely on them all the time. Only then the spirit suggested that Noah undergo some kind of test. The spirits had not conducted tests for a long time, so they were all in great anticipation. Suddenly the spirit flew up, and in her hands was a key. It was Noah's key to the storage room. He didn't even realize when she had managed to take it. She said that his test, or task, would be to take this key from her. And also it will be necessary to take the pearls of the spirits from her, and the pearls began to be passed from spirit to spirit. Will Noah be able to catch the key? And what about the pearl? Because without the key he will get into trouble, and without the pearl he will see illusions. In other words, it was a bit of a catch-up game, but Noah was happy to take part in it. The spirits set a timer in the form of an hourglass, and the game of catch-up will continue until the timer runs out, and if it runs out, then Noah loses. Then the spirit began to count, and as soon as the spirit said march, Noah instantly jumped towards them at high speed. The spirits were caught off guard. Noah landed on the tree and grabbed the key in a second, and then he ran towards the spirit with an evil smile, which held the spirit Pearl. She was very scared because she didn't expect it. In the end, they couldn't believe that he was so strong and could keep up with the spirit, and they didn't even believe it. And finally, Noah stood with the pearl in one hand and the key in the other. He was asked how he found the hiding spirit. He, naturally, could not keep track of her, but nevertheless, he got both the key and the pearl. She changed the color of her hair, and even her wings. Noah explained that he knew it by the smell. They thought he was following the scent of a key or pearl. They were partly right, because the key smells of iron, but the pearl smelled of that very spirit. So he just followed the scent of the perfume, and that's how he found her. The spirit immediately began to protest that she had no smell, but Noah said that it was there, and it smelled very good, like a flower that had just blossomed. The spirit only pouted and turned away from him, and Noah asked if he could now come for mithril whenever he needed it. The spirit said that if he keeps the pearl with him, he will not fall into the illusion. Scylla also does not mind, so he can. Noah was very happy about this event. He was recognized by Mrs. Popel herself, and now he is a friend of the spirits. He was advised to have pearls with him, not only in the forest, but also where the spirits were. Popel said that pearls are a reward for a trial, so they cannot be a thank you. Besides, he took care of Scylla, and she asked what else he wanted. But Noah replied that he didn't need anything except mithril, and Popel began to think. After some time, she flew in with some kind of flask, inside of which was something like sand. It was spirit sand, and if you sprinkled it on your body, you could start floating in the air for a short time. This sand is obtained from their wings, and people are heavy, so they cannot fly like them. But if there is a little spirit sand on it, then they can perhaps levitate, and they will give him the amount that was in the hourglass. Noah thanked the spirit for this, but she asked not to call her a spirit because she does have a name, Popel. Noah heard her name for the first time, so I immediately came up with a nickname for her, calling her Popchan. This made her feel shy, and apparently she was a little dishonest with herself. She asked the spirits behind her to be silent, and then turned again to the child of man and told him to come again. They asked to bring more of those same sweets, that is, a piece of sugar. But Noah couldn't, because he didn't have money to buy these sweets every day. Then the spirits gave him a jewel so that he could sell it and buy some sugar cubes with the money he received. Noah understood everything and made them a promise by crossing his little fingers with them. Then he asked what would happen to those two, and when would they dispel the illusions at all. He was told that everything would dispel when they left the forest. After some time, Sue finally woke up in Noah's arms, and Emerton lay behind him, still passed out. Noah told her that they were heading towards the exit. When she heard this, she asked what about the spirit forest, and then she immediately asked what happened to Scylla. Returning to the past, Noah stood in front of Scylla with Sue and Emerton in his arms. She didn't attack them, Noah asked if she heard everything, and she nodded in response. And she promised that next time she would try better and would definitely not miss him. Noah didn't mind, and even told her to try her best, and then warned her that when the hero returned next time, he would have the sword that Noah's father forged. And all because he is still their client, and nomad swords are in great demand. Scylla promised not to lose. Noah was glad that she thought so, and when she got the glasses, he asked her to show the hero Kuzka's mother. The goal was for someone other than the hero to be able to get into the spirit forest, and Scylla would soon come to her senses, and then, for sure, even the hero would no longer be able to get there. Sue just needed to brush him off, and then he wouldn't be able to come here anymore. Sue didn't quite understand what he was talking about, and asked him to tell her what really happened. Then she realized that Noah was partly right, even if the guild would not benefit from it, but her salary would not decrease in any way, and she did not care much about the details. After all, behind Scylla was the road to her house. She would like to visit there more often. Then the topic of the entrance that the hero found came up. Noah said that that entrance is the circle of Scylla. People fall under the influence of illusion when they find themselves in the spirit world, but it did not affect Noah because he had the protection of his grandfather, and the hero passed with the help of the protection of God. This means that only 2 people can get there, Noah and the hero. It was wonderful, because if the hero couldn't get there in the future, she would now be considered free. Noah was happy for her. Suddenly, she looked at Noah, and a moment later turned away. They finally reached the exit, so Noah just wanted to put Sue down on the ground and started waking up Emerton. Suddenly, Sue grabbed Noah's neck tighter, not letting go. She didn't understand what was happening to her. Her cheeks were slightly flushed. It's probably because she was held in arms like a princess for the first time. Or maybe that's it. Noah asked if she would get off. Sue apologized and got off. He can be trusted, of course, but Noah is still a child and is completely immersed in blacksmithing. At that time, Sue thought it was a suspension bridge effect, and she continued to think like this until the end. Finally, Noah came home after a long time. By this time, it was already quite dark, and he wondered if his father would be angry with him. But as soon as he wanted to open the door, Nomad opened it with an evil grimace. He asked where he had been all this time, and whether he had even looked at the time. Noah began to explain that he and Sue had business, when suddenly Nomad demanded that he turn the entire backpack inside out. As a result, a whole bunch of different stones and jewels poured out of the backpack. Everything was as Nomad thought. After all, he had forbidden him to collect stones for 6 months. Suddenly he noticed and grabbed the mithril, surprised that Noah had found it. He said that now it could be used, because Nomad always wanted it. Noah apologized again for coming home late and ran quickly to the shower, ignoring Nomad's scream. But Nomad, looking at the mithril, thought that, in fact, nothing terrible had happened. After a while, Noah came out of the shower with a towel on his shoulders. Then he saw something in the distance. It was a cat that Noah was slightly scared of. After all, he didn't expect to see a cat in such a place. Taking it in his hands, he then decided to come up with a name for it. Tanuki, because it suits him very well, and the cat himself is different from other cats. With Tanuki in his arms, Noah approached his father and asked him to leave the cat in their house. At that moment, Limda came up and greeted Noah and asked him if he had gone on a date. Noah replied that he had not. The cat, suddenly seeing Limda, became very scared, and he began to return in Noah's arms. He did not understand what had happened. Limda apologized and suggested that it was because of him that he was acting like that. Tanuki jumped out of Noah's arms and ran towards the exit, but someone's heel blocked his exit, and he looked up at the person who was standing there, and that was Esti, the Dragon Queen. She asked what kind of animal it was. Then she noticed Noah, remembering that he hadn't been home during the day, and she asked if he really went on a date with that girl, and noted his courage, but Noah, again, said that there was no date. Esti would not accept any excuses and forced him to get to work, even though he had just gotten out of the shower. Nomad took the toy and started calling Tanuki, who simply froze in place. Everyone was doing their own thing. Nomad and Limda were at home, Emerton was taking care of Zoo, Sue was taking a bath, and Noah continued training with Esti on the ridge. Several days had passed since the trip to the spirit forest. Noah was looking at the assignment board and noticed an assignment from the lady with ears. It was an urgent order where the owner of the task needed a black coral called sea opal. The size had to be more than 3 centimeters, and the reward was 200 or more silver coins. The price depended on the size. The task was requested by the Kunugi Magic Item Workshop that Mimi owned. They must have had some kind of problem, Noah thought. Then he approached Sue. He wanted to ask more about this task, but Sue's face was red when Noah noticed it, and she immediately said that she was fine. She confirmed that this was a quest from Kunugi's workshop. The rank of the quest was not indicated, and this coral is so rare that it is unclear where it could even be. It is not even known what kind of plant or animal it belongs to, and what is most surprising is that it is not in the dungeons either, and this task is more for an amateur. If he has it, then let Noah send him to their shop, and he will complete the task, because the message will go to the guild. Noah suddenly wanted to mention the hero, but Sue immediately shoved him away. In fact, as he said, he can no longer enter the spirit forest. Scylla dealt with him, and what's even more surprising, in ways that are not demon-like. Now the hero is in a terrible mood because of the loss, but so are his superiors. Noah smiled when he heard the news, and Sue noticed. She asked if Noah was the reason for the hero's loss, but Noah just turned away and said that it was not. So it immediately became clear that it was not true. Sue asked if he had any idea where the coral was. As she had already said, it wasn't even in the dungeons and seas. The most difficult thing for an adventurer is to get the treasure. He had some guesses and he just wanted to help the lady with the ears. Sue asked if he knew the owner of the Kunuga workshop. Noah replied that yes, he knew, because she was Grandma Lala's daughter. After some time, he came to the workshop and began calling Aunt Mimi. Suddenly, the workshop workers approached him and asked him not to speak like that. They asked why he addressed the hostess as Auntie. If she suddenly heard it, it would be bad. But suddenly, someone stepped behind them and asked, "What do you hear?" She complained that the whole week was going down the drain, profits were decreasing, and customers wouldn't come. One of the workers told Noah to run. The woman asked who called her aunt. Aunt Mimi appeared, looking angry. But then her face softened when she saw Noah. He greeted her because they hadn't seen each other for a long time. And she was glad that he dropped in to see them. She took Noah inside to have some tea and ordered her workers to get to work, as they had stopped dead in their tracks. They were surprised that Mimi had calmed down and her mood had not worsened at all. After going inside and pouring tea, Mimi still asked why Noah came to her. Noah placed the package on the table and opened it to reveal the black coral inside. She was shocked and asked where he got it from, because it was the right size, that is 15 centimeters, and there was not a single scratch on it. She even thought that this was the Omura coral, which she could not accept. Mimi asked if Noah had even received permission to take the coral, but he replied that everything was fine, and that he had personally obtained the coral himself. After all, this coral is not even in the sea dungeons, and she asked if he had really stolen it. But Noah replied that it was not like that at all. He found it in the sea serpent's graveyard. Hearing this, Mimi was in a stupor. Then she hit herself and asked to repeat it again from the very beginning and calmly. Although Noah was already calm, Noah reminded Mimi that she had submitted a request for a quest to the guild. Otherwise, she had completely forgotten. He thought that something had happened to her, so he went to look for it. Where his intuition led him, it wasn't exactly urgent, but it was an important thing for making a sword. Mimi stopped him and asked what this intuition was, the most important thing. In short, if you step on the magic teleportation circle, which is located in the endless desert, you will immediately move to the north of the sea, where the sea snakes live, Noah explained. And he added that black coral is actually the bone of a sea serpent. Mimi was shocked because no one knew before what this coral could be, whether it was a stone or part of an animal. It was not written anywhere, and she had never heard that it could be the bone of a sea serpent. And she, of course, saw the bones of the sea serpent, only, however, they were of a completely different color. In fact, this is not a bone from a common sea snake, but rather a fossil, that is, a very old bone. Since his childhood, he had been in the endless desert many times, and once he accidentally stepped on a magic teleportation circle, and when he got into the northern sea, where sea snakes live, he saw a pile of scattered bones at the bottom, and they all glowed very beautifully. He ended up taking one with him because he thought it might come in handy. Mimi couldn't believe his coincidences. First the endless desert from a young age, then the teleportation circle, and then he picked up the coral. Yes, but then, in his stupidity, he simply ground it into powder. In the end, he didn't find it useful for forging a sword, so this time he did the same. It turns out he went there again, especially for Mimi. She knew, of course, that Noah was an unusual child, but not to that extent. So sweet Noah, and he's grown so big and so manly. After a long story, Mimi understood everything. She also once wanted to become an adventurer. But she did not have the same talent as her mother, so she stayed to work here. However, she still admires adventurers who risk their lives. Noah corrected her, saying that he was only a blacksmith, not an adventurer, although Mimi was sure that he led the life of a real adventurer. Then she turned to Noah. She had one small request. After a while, Aunt Mimi was already screaming because of the monster she saw in front of her. But luckily Noah was with her. She sat on his back while she screamed in fear. Noah asked her to laugh less, otherwise she might bite her tongue. But Mimi didn't laugh. Even Lala couldn't defeat that monster, and she asked why him. Noah answered that he was guarding the exit. It turns out that Monster is a guardian, and he is a level higher than the other animals. Noah said so. But Mimi apparently didn't hear this information. Returning to the request that Mimi wanted to ask Noah, she asked if he knew Cottonsheed, the second capital of the Dentcon Kingdom, which is located in the west. Noah knew this city. If you walk from here, it would take about half a month, and by cart, about 10 days. Mimi wanted Noah to take her there the day after tomorrow, even though there were other teleportation circles. She explained that her business partner had some problems there, a branch of her store was located there, and she would like to entrust the matter to the person in charge, but it would be faster if she showed up there herself. Noah thought that under this pretext, Mimi wanted to find some adventure. He quickly figured her out, but her request was partly true. She asked if he would take her there. He would definitely not be left without gratitude. Noah said it wouldn't be easy to get there. But since they were going to do it, maybe it would work. Noah began to think. Noah warned that it would be very high and that the danger would increase significantly in a hurry, but Mimi didn't care. Then Noah asked her to get 2 pairs of glasses, and he would also carry her on his back. Mimi asked if this was really possible, and if it would be convenient for him. Noah explained that he had once carried a girl and a boy, but the girl complained that she could not open her eyes when Noah ran. Mimi will take the first pair of glasses, but the second one will go to Noah, because he also wanted to try wearing them. Mimi took out one of the magical items, which was a new model and different from the usual glasses. Noah put them on. He always dreamed of having the kind with transparent lenses, but they were always too expensive. Mimi noted that these glasses were of a higher rank than those Noah described. Then Noah was ready to go, even right now. But he needed to warn Nomad. Mimi suggested that he come visit them, since it would be on their way. Roar also heard that they had a lot of dragon bones that she would like to buy. Noah didn't mind, but he decided to ask if she would take them with her to Cottonhead. To which Mimi replied that she wanted to show them to someone. Then Noah asked to choose the easier ones. Back in the present day, Noah and Mimi were being attacked by a bunch of snakeheads. Noah ran forward and warned Mimi to hold on tight, because he was already stepping on the teleportation magic circle. Having stepped on it, they instantly moved somewhere. This place is called the Bird Swamp. To reach Katashida, they would have to step on another circle. Mimi hoped that no one would pursue them here. But Noah said there was a guardian here too. At that moment, someone's huge hand appeared from the tree behind them. It was a huge cyclops. Mimi started shaking Noah in a panic and screaming for him to run, but he couldn't because she was shaking him. The cyclops suddenly swung to strike. Noah noticed this and jumped up to dodge it. With his powerful jump, he jumped onto his head and jumped further onto the rock. The cyclops almost went after them, apparently angry that Noah used him as support for the jump. But Noah went further. Mimi turned to Noah, and she asked how much longer they had to go. He answered that they still had a long way to go. Only 2 hours had passed since they left. But Mimi felt like not 2 hours had passed, but a whole half day, and she asked to rest somewhere. Noah then said that there was a village nearby called Honeycomb, and although everything there was expensive, at least you could have some dango and tea. Mimi agreed to everything, and even insisted on going there, and she would pay for everything there. When they came there, they rented a good and large room, even though she was a capital merchant. Mimi asked what kind of village this was. Honeycomb? Wasn't it on the opposite side from Cottonhead? Noah then pulled out a map and showed that this was Conabesta, and then he pointed to Cottonsheed, and then to Honeykendall to the northeast of Conabesta, and all of this looked quite far away. Mimi suddenly asked where Noah got this map from. After all, if someone else gets it, they can easily use it, and in general, such cards should not be in the hands of ordinary people. He said that he took this map from Omura's room, that is, his mother's. Then Mimi understood everything. Omura was a knight, after all. Noah left the matter and wanted to say that the teleportation circles are connected to each other by certain places, and in order to get to Cottonsheed, they need to step on the circle that is not far from here. Mimi was worried that Noah would perform the same tricks tomorrow as he did today. They were attacked by a whole cyclops and a hydra, but Noah didn't care much. They were trying to get there in 2 days instead of 10, and there was nothing they could do about such minor difficulties. A day later, they were chased by another monster that looked like a horse with a fishtail. It was Kelpie, who was shooting beams of magic straight at them. But Noah managed to dodge them, get past Kelpie, and deftly jumped onto the teleportation circle. Mimi opened her eyes and asked where they were, and Noah asked her to hold on tight, because they were right now in the sky, several thousand kilometers from the surface. Noah had warned her it would be high, but Mimi never would have guessed it would be literally high. Noah pointed into the distance and said that Cottonhead was there. Mimi didn't understand how they would get there and was about to give up, because she wanted to go back, but it was no longer possible, because to do that, they would have to step out of the circle. Otherwise, it simply wouldn't work, but if they take one step, they would fall down. But despite this, Noah jumped down, which caught Mimi by surprise. He warned that it was coming. Mimi didn't quite understand what he was talking about, and Noah landed on something to break his fall. Mimi began to look around to see what had just happened, and she realized that it was a wyvern nest, and Noah had just landed on the head of one of the wyverns. Wyverns become unconscious once they are hit in the head, and they can still fly even when unconscious. This means they can be used instead of a hang glider. Mimi was shocked by Noah's unusual methods of dealing with the situation. But while the others are conscious, they are in danger, so they will need to step on the heads of all the wyverns, and Mimi has already counted about 40 of them. He noticed how well she counted, and asked if flying squirrels did the same. But Mimi asked where Noah had seen squirrels that soar through the air at a height of several thousand kilometers. Suddenly, a girl named Lily jumped onto the roof because she smelled Mimi. Eventually, they finally reached Cottonseed and headed to the branch of Kunuga's workshop. The task was completed, so Noah said that they would go forward at once. But Mimi said that she couldn't be so irresponsible, it was already dark, and so she needed to find somewhere to spend the night. Noah was worried that Nomad would worry about him, but Mimi said that he could tell him the truth and asked him to take her to a place. She wanted Noah to take her to a well-known partner of Kunugi's workshop. It was Kashiwa's shop. The workers were surprised that Mimi had come so suddenly. Without even telling them in advance, these were her children. Mimi replied that it was a difficult question, but it wasn't the first time she had arrived unexpectedly like that. It was just that now was a slightly inappropriate moment, the children admitted. It turns out there was something there that she shouldn't know about. Noah didn't understand what they meant when they called Mimi Mommy, because it was the first time he had heard of Aunt Mimi having children. Then Mimi decided to introduce them all to him. On the right is a guy named Kaka, and on the left was a girl named Coco, and they are her biggest mistake in life, because they were born badgers. If they were squirrels, they would be excellent successors to Kunugi's shop. Kaka said, "No matter how much you talk about it, there is nothing you can do. Badgers cannot use magical tools." Coco added that digging holes is much more interesting than working in a shop with no interest in the tools themselves. Then they approached Noah and asked who this baby was, since they had never said hello to him, and they were also sure that their mother had abused her power. They started asking many things, found out that he was from the capital, and also that he was a blacksmith, so they asked him to make some new and convenient shovel, but Mimi asked them not to bother Noah. Something else was important now, and she demanded to confess what they meant by the inopportune moment, and asked whether Lily's sister was with them or not. They didn't understand what she was talking about, and it seemed like they hadn't seen Lily for several years. They never got over the habit of touching their hair when they lied, as useless as he was. Suddenly, a voice behind them asked if she was the one calling Yohei from Kashiwa's shop useless. It was a man with a cane in his hands, and without his right leg. Instead of it, he had a prosthesis. Of course, Mimi came again, when no one called her. But Mimi didn't deny it, and even noted that she hadn't seen him for a long time. He had already aged so much. Then she reached into her pocket and asked him what he thought of this beautiful dragon bone, and without his help they would live perfectly well off it. Yohei asked to take a closer look at the bone. When he picked it up, he was amazed that it was the bone of a real dragon, not just a descendant, and its magical power was different from that of a high-ranking dragon. He asked Mimi where she got it, but she didn't answer, and simply said that they were able to get it, so they got it. Kaka explained that Yohei was their father from the Kashiwa shop. Their mother's ex-husband, that is, Mimi, as it seems to them. Now they still get along well, probably because they live separately and do not try to restore the relationship. Noah heard that they were business partners. Coco replied that you could say that. Her mother's shop deals with magical instruments, and their dragon bone shop manages the raw materials for them. To make a magic tool, they take a mithril mold and draw special magic channels on it, with a material with good magical conductivity. Such a thing collects all the magical power that is in the human body, and with its help it is set in motion. And these very materials with good magical conductivity are the dragon bones. However, despite their name, it is rare to subdue a real dragon, and even their descendants are only defeated by a few adventurers, which is where their dragon bone shop comes in. Dragon graveyards have always been the business of Kashiwa's shop. They are different from air, fire, and other dragons. Under a very ancient layer of earth are buried bones of descendants. Only now, although these are called cemeteries, they still think that the descendants of dragons did not bury their compatriots. These are rather places where they came to die, or where, for some reason, a large number of dragons died. In such places they dig up bones. Noah understood why they asked for a shovel. Coco added that, however, the magical conductivity of dragon descendants is not very high. But for real dragons it is close to 100%, so they perfectly understand why Mom is in such a good mood. Will they be able to make those magical tools that she always wanted using the bones of a high-ranking dragon? They would have to change their plans, but it can be done with the bones of a descendant, Kaka said. Coco continued that although Dad says it's a secret, Mom dreams of creating such a thing, but are they wrong that it is impossible to regularly obtain bones of a high-ranking dragon? Noah lives in the mountains and could very well help them with supplies, but he thought he shouldn't say that. Yohei was indignant that the bone could only be purchased at a 20% discount and asked for time to think. Mimi took this as a cancellation of the deal. And she noticed that he had always been such a selfish scoundrel, a stingy badger who could only dig holes. Yohei was already tired of hearing the same unacceptable words. Suddenly a girl flew between them. She ordered them to stop fighting immediately. It was Lily's little sister that Mimi was looking for. Looking at her and hearing her name, Noah seemed to have heard this name somewhere before. She greeted Mimi as if they hadn't seen each other for a long time. But it wasn't that long ago, because Mimi had heard that Lily had suddenly disappeared from her mother's house. Noah, after listening to all this, realized that Lily was Aunt Mimi's older sister. Lily said there was no point in talking outside in front of the store, and led them inside, ignoring Yuhei's protest. Mimi looked at him because he was talking about the dragon bone and suggested that he stop at the regular price since he didn't like the previous offer. Noah didn't understand how they came to such an agreement. Yohei said that Mimi always acts like this, and it seems like she does everything to avoid going to them, even getting a bone from a high-ranking dragon. Even if Mimi had only brought this piece all the way here for one item, Yohei thought it was cute. And now Mimi decided to introduce everyone to Noah once again. There are only 3 of them. Mimi is the youngest, the 3rd child, Cece is the middle daughter, and Lily is the oldest of them all. He was pleased to meet her and asked permission to call her simply Lily instead of Lily-san. Lily called him a strange child. Usually when people hear that Lily is Mimi's older sister, they ask if she is Mimi's brother's wife. Mimi didn't understand why he wanted to call Lily just Lily when he called her auntie. Then he will now simply call her Mimi, just like that. Yohei asked Mimi to make tea, but she snapped at him because he wasn't even asked. After clearing their throats, Mimi decided to explain from the very beginning that out of the 3 sisters, Lily was the only one who inherited the dragon blood from her father. Her children were surprised that she told them about it so suddenly, but she said that everything was fine. Because Noah was the only child left by Omura, and she was on good terms with his mother, this time she wanted to ask Noah to help, and that's why she brought him right here. She also added that he was acquainted with the Queen of Fire Dragons, and besides, his father had a student in the forge, a high-ranking dragon. Noah didn't quite understand what was going on because it all sounded like complete nonsense to him. Mimi explained that, as he had already understood, although they were 3 sisters, their appearance was very different from that of their older sister. It all started 60 years ago, maybe out of youthful curiosity, but their mother had a stupid idea. She wondered if it was possible for a dragon and a human to have children. The conversation was about Grandma Lalu, and besides, she had a familiar air dragon, and in difficult times she turned to him, and these thoughts did not leave her head, and that's how they were born. Noah didn't quite understand this, because he thought that dragons were only born from dragonettes. Noah asked if she wasn't born from a dragon. Mimi confirmed this and also added that she is not really a dragon-type beastman would suit her better. She was born in human form and therefore cannot take on the appearance of a dragon, but she has one significant difference from an ordinary human. She doesn't change with age. Although she heard that by the age of 100 dragons take on an adult appearance. Her sister was born 60 years ago, but she still looks 6 years old. Later, she grows much slower than dragons. Noah asked if there was anything that could be done about it. Mimi replied that not really, she doesn't age, and she doesn't get sick, she just has such a constitution, and she didn't want to ask him about that. Her sister's appearance, namely white hair, red eyes, wings like a bat, if you don't know that she is a dragon, you might think that she is a vampire. That's exactly what people thought. Her sister has a very light pigment by nature, so people perceived her as a vampire. Since ancient times, the eye has attracted attention, she is considered a monster. The sister initially lived with her and the children in Kanugi's shop, but 10 years ago a device for detecting magical creatures was installed in the capital. This affected both the shop and nearby businesses. At that time, Lily left home. Although she doesn't speak, Mimi always regretted it. With such an appearance, she could be exiled. This made her sad, and she wondered whether it was worth returning to the capital. That's why she wanted Noah to use his tamer skill and check if the magical creature identifier from the capital would notice her, because she needed to know if she was a monster. The tamer can tell if the sister is a magical creature. Noah asked what would happen if she turned out to be a magical creature, but that simply couldn't happen. Even though she was a dragon, she was mostly a beast man. And even if that's the case, Noah would have to sign a contract with her as a tamer so she could return to the capital, so in Mimi's opinion, either option would do. Noah wasn't against trying to do it. They went outside, and Noah was already ready to sign a contract with her. Lily didn't mind, nodding. Then he reached out his hand to her and almost touched her. But Noah noticed something when he pointed his hand at her. The tamer's skill doesn't see it, that was the problem. Although it usually activated naturally when he made contracts with the black fluffy and fire dragons. If you think about it, it turns out that Lily is either a human or her rank is higher than theirs, and what is closer to them is another question. Lily said she was level 200, so she was lower than Noah, but Noah didn't say his level, and he took it as Lily's assessment skill. It was surprising that Lily was level 200, but the fact that Noah was even higher was even more surprising. Apparently Lily's sister is a beast man after all, and therefore the device for detecting magical creatures in the capital should not detect her. This meant that they could live with their sister, and Mimi became calm. But Lily suddenly asked if Mimi didn't hate her, but Mimi asked why she could hate her own sister. She said that Mimi had created a magical tool so that Lily couldn't get into the city, and she also noticed that Mimi constantly sighed when she looked at her. That monster detection device was a commission from the king. If it wasn't made by Mimi's shop, the leader among the companies that produce magic tools, it would probably raise suspicions, although the device could detect her if she were a magical creature. Mimi admitted that she sighs because Lily always remains beautiful, no matter how old she gets, and she, the youngest of 3 sisters, is already getting old, although before she was always told that she looked young. And she's constantly reminded of her own age, she said, squatting down. Yohei said that Mimi only gets more beautiful every year, and Lily is just special, so don't take it to heart. Noah suddenly thought and asked Mimi, since she is Lily's sister, it means that she also has the blood of an air dragon. Mimi confirmed this, but still, the blood of a squirrel predominates in her body. Although they call him father, in reality, he was simply driven by curiosity about whether it was possible for a dragon to have children, and still, until she was 10, her father appeared from time to time, until he disappeared for good. And since Mom was also an adventurer, the 3 of them lived together, taking care of each other. And despite her sister's appearance, she was the strongest when they were alone. Lily always took care of them. It's simply impossible to hate a sister like that. Noah just realized that Lily, although she looks like a child, is still 60 years old. They don't know for sure if it's because of the dragon blood, but somewhere around the age of 2, she started to look pretty much like she looks now. This is another reason why she is mistaken for a vampire, but there is nothing to be done about it. It is very convenient that they met Noah. Just even if Lily is confused with a magical creature, then next to him everything will be fine with her. Then the sister could become a magical being who made a contract with Noah. In other words, if he became a guarantor, his sister would be able to live peacefully in the capital. Noah was already familiar with this when he made contracts with Esti so that she could go shopping, and with Limda so that he could do blacksmithing. He doesn't think it will be used for good, Noah said, but Yohei said Mimi is a natural-born traitor who can take advantage of anyone. But despite this, she remains a person he can rely on, so he thinks he can work with her without any problems. Just looking at the recent exchange with Yohei, he wasn't sure about it. Yohei said that it was all because personal feelings were involved. It was very sweet that she only said that to him and never to others. It's good if Noah can be useful, but it's not at all necessary to keep Lily within the confines of a tamer. Then, Mimi decided to ask for one more favor. She wanted to get a connection with the Queen of the Fire Dragons. Does she really want him to tell her where the Fire Dragon graveyard is or something? Noah asked. Esti would be furious if it were desecrated, but Mimi replied that it was not about work, but about her sister Lily, since her father, who had been in an unknown location for several decades, could not be relied upon. She and her mother worry about how her sister will live if they die, and despite the fact that she plans to leave her most of the money, Lily will still have a very hard time getting a job because of her appearance. Kaka told his mother that even if she didn't rely on the fire dragons, they would take care of Lily themselves, and she herself would definitely live to be 100 years old. Mimi was grateful for the help, but said that they were unlikely to live another 100 years. No one knew when the sister would become an adult, and besides, in such a body, no one would take her seriously. They must understand how many living acquaintances she will have left. As a token of gratitude, Mimi allowed Noah to ask for whatever he wanted, and if he had enough money, she would prepare as many thousands as he wanted. But Noah said he didn't need anything, and then he asked what Lily herself would do. She replied that she didn't care if she had familiar dragons, but the most important thing for her was that Mimi didn't hate her. That was enough for her. Mimi was very worried about this, but now she feels better. Lily asked where Noah worked. She suddenly became curious about it. She was told that fire dragons work together with humans, but she thought that they hated humans. Or maybe fire dragons were different from others. Was it true that they were working together, and was it true that there would be work for Lily too? She asked. Mimi said that Lily didn't have to force herself to work. She had helped them so much when she was raising Kaka and Coco, so she would be given money for food, even if she didn't even think about it. Kaka and Coco also said that he didn't have to come back with his mother, and that she could stay and live with them. But Lily shook her head and said that she was a burden to both Kunugi's shop and Kashiwa's shop. Because Kaka and Coco are already adults and don't need her care anymore, she helped Lala's mom with her work and Lulu's mom with her research. But they have a lot of subordinates and students, so they can manage without her. Lily wanted to be where she was needed, so Noah asked what she could do. She wants to work with them, and she needs to know what skills she has. The first thing Lily said was that she was good at taking care of children, but Noah didn't have any children at home. The second thing she said was that she knows how to clean, although everyone knows how to do it. The third was cooking, but Noah didn't need it because they could do without it. A little depressed, but she continued. The fourth skill was that she could fly, but there was no work in the forge that required flying. Then she raised her last finger, but tears were already gathering in her eyes. The fifth thing she possessed was wind control. Noah, upon hearing this, immediately grabbed her by the shoulders and said that this was what they really needed. Lily was surprised by such a sudden reaction, but then she became very happy. In the forge, a fire is always kept in the hearth, where the metal is heated, and then it is struck, and swords, spears, and so on are obtained, and wind is needed to obtain a high temperature. If she knows how to control it, it would help them a lot. Lily was confident that she could do it and was very eager to try. Mimi didn't remember ever being so fired up. Apparently, she was very surprised that the dragons also worked, and now she would be able to work using her wind power. And while working with the fire dragons, Lily would make new acquaintances, which sounded pretty good. Mimi cried, because maybe even after they were all gone, the forge where the dragons of fire and wind worked together would continue to exist. Sister Lily's future is something they couldn't even imagine. Suddenly, one of Yohei's workers knocked down the door behind him and reported that the owner of the Akaba shop had arrived. Shouts were heard from outside, calling for Yohei and forcing him to come out. A crowd of people with weapons were waiting for him on the street and threatened him if he did not suddenly come outside.